To welcome Mr. Dariusz Wieczorek, Minister of Science and Higher Education. Welcome again. Welcome Mr. Marcin Wajda, Head of the Department of Regional Development and European Funds, representing Mr. Adam Struzik, Marshal of the Mazovian Voivodeship. Welcome. Cordially welcome General Professor Grzegorz Gierelak, President of the Military Institute of Medicine. And as said to Mr. President, it is a part of your annual meeting. We collaborate very strongly with the Institute, and you are a part of university, or we are a part of your military institute. Welcome. Welcome, Dr. Zofia Sawicka, Director General of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. Welcome. Welcome His Excellency Fabrice Files, Ambassador of Switzerland. Sir. Mr. Vincenzo Spinelli, First Secretary at the Italian Embassy. Mr. Jean-Luc Schneider, Attaché for Science and University Cooperation of the French Embassy. Welcome. Welcome 4U+ rectors, Professor Elio Franzini, acting president of 4U+, University of Milan, Professor Henrik Wegener, rector of University of Copenhagen. Henrik, welcome. Professor Milena Kardiszkova, rector of Charles University. Professor Frauke Melchior, rector of Heidelberg University. Professor Nathalie Drach-Temam, president of Sorbonne University. Professor Stéphane Braconnier, president of Paris Panthéon-Assas University. And the University of Geneva will be represented afternoon. Welcome former rector of the University of Warsaw, Professor Katarzyna Hałasińska-Macoga. And now I land from Professor Hałasińska to greet some colleagues in a group. And I would like to present the 4U+ Management Committee and ask you applause after the presentation. Professor Lenka Rovna, member of the Rector's Board for 4U+ at Charles University. It doesn't work, but anyway. Professor Sabine Botton-Rousseau, Vice-Rector, Sorbonne University. Professor Christian Serdeval-Lauter, Vice-Rector, Education, University of Copenhagen. Let's do it the traditional way. Professor Antonella Baldi, Vice-Rector, University of Milan. Professor Sylvie Fachon, Paris Panthéon-Assas University. Olivier Vincent, University of Geneva. Was yesterday. Dr. Anne Sommer, Heidelberg University. Where are you, Anne? Ms. Elena Del Giorgio, Interim Secretary General, Brussels. Ms. Diana Postuła, Vice Secretary General, University of Warsaw. Where is Diana? Diana will be later. Welcome 4U+ Vice Rectors for Research. Professor Andreas Drew, Heidelberg University. Professor Elisabeth Angel Perez, Sorbonne University. Professor Thierry Bonon, Paris Panthéon-Assas University. Professor Maria Pia Abracchio, University of Milan. Professor Sebastian Casteltot, University of Geneva. And Professor Ladisław Krzysztołówek, Charles University. We have also, this is not the end of the list, we have also for you plus Vice-Rector Education, all-day representatives, Professor Stefan Boniu, Sorbonne University, Professor Marketa Martinkova, Charles University, Dr. Quentin Epron, Vice-Rector for Student Life, Paris Panthéon-Assas University. Welcome. Ms. Petra Egensperger, Heidelberg University. Professor Francesca Villata, University of Milan. Ms. Nora Metzlev, Head of International Relations and Partnership Office, University of Geneva. I would very cordially welcome for you plus external reviewing board, a very important body, Ms. Anne Griteshvili, present, Mr. Johannes Schützenhofer, and Ms. Terry Nokala. And let's do it now in a group. My colleagues, Vice-Rectors of the University of Warsaw, Professor Eva Krogulec, Vice-Rector for Development, Professor Zygmunt Lalak, Vice-Rector for Research, Professor Maciej Raś, Vice-Rector for Students and Quality Teaching. I am very... Professor Adam Niewiadomski, Vice-Rector for PhD Students. And applause. Welcome my colleague, Chancellor of the University of Warsaw, Mr. Robert Gray. Robert, where are you? Here. Welcome students and PhD students, presidents, Mr. Dominik Puchała, President of the PhD Students Union, and Mateusz Mosakowski, President of the University of Warsaw Students' Council. We have deans of our university. Applause after I presented the names. Professor Bartosz Kątny, Faculty of Archaeology. Professor Agata Zalewska, Artes Liberales Faculty. Professor Krzysztof Spalik, Faculty of Biology. Professor Dariusz Kuźmina, Faculty of Journalism, Information and Book Studies. Professor Paweł Łuków, Faculty of Philosophy. Professor Wojciech Satuła, Faculty of Physics. Professor Maciej Jędrusik, Faculty of Geography and Regional Studies. Professor Ewa Folkowska, Faculty of Geology. Professor Agnieszka Andrychowicz-Trojanowska, Faculty of Applied Linguistics. Professor Łukasz Kowalik, Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics and Mechanics. Professor Daniel Przastek, Faculty of Political Science and International Studies. Professor Robert Małecki, Faculty of Modern Languages. Professor Agata Bareja-Starzyńska, Faculty of Oriental Studies. Professor Rafał Godoń, Faculty of Education. Professor Sławomir Żółtek, Faculty of Law and Administration. Professor Kamil Imbil, Faculty of Philosophy. Professor Julia Kubisa, Faculty of Sociology. And Professor Aneta Gawkowska, Faculty of Applied Social Sciences and Resocialization. If you don't mind, a short applause. We have also directors of the most important university centers. Professor Ewa Bulska, Biological and Chemical Research Center. Professor Mirosława Czerny, Doctoral School of Social Sciences. Professor Monika Rekowska, Doctoral School of Humanities. Professor Paweł Kaczmarek, Center of Migration Research. Professor Danuta Romaniuk, Center for Foreign Language Teacher and Training and European Education. Dr. Andrzej Dąbrowski, Center for Foreign Language Teaching. Professor Przemysław Dubel, Center for Technology and Knowledge Transfer. Dr. Katarzyna Lubryczyńska-Cichocka, Open University of the University of Warsaw. Ms. Dorota Jurkiewicz, Eckert Center for Europe. Dr. Karolina Szafranek, Deputy Director for the Interdisciplinary Center for Mathematical and Computational Modeling. A short applause, please. I would direct many thanks to the organization committee, our dream team at the University of Warsaw, members of the Office for International Research and Liaison, Dr. Marta Jaworska-Okińska, main coordinator of the organization committee for annual meetings. Ms. Aleksandra Szymańska, Ms. Katarzyna Ścierańska, members of the International Relations Office, Ms. Klementyna Kielak, as you can see, there are fun teams, and Ms. Svetlana Dachno, former members of the press office, Ms. Katarzyna Jäger and Ms. Dawida Maksymowicz. I would like to thank the Volunteer Center of the University of Warsaw, Ms. Katarzyna Żakowska, Ms. Katarzyna Kucharska, Ms. Miriam Kołak-Pleśniak, Ms. Gabriela Lasota. Thank you very much. And last but not least, many thanks to over 40 volunteers who help us in these days. It is very interesting because most of them are students which will start the experience next week. So new students, and thank you very much to the volunteers. And the last welcome, I would like to welcome Professor Renata Włoch, who will take the lecture, opening lecture after the coffee break. Thank you very much. And we start now with a very short presentation about film, about our alliance. It's a kind of overture to a concert for today's day. Thank you.
As Europe's leading universities, we are responsible for accompanying our students as they acquire the knowledge to build a better future. We support our researchers as they expand the limits of knowledge, which helps society address the challenges of today. We believe in the power and impact of diversity and collaboration. That is why we are working together to create one comprehensive research-intensive European university. The 4EU+ Alliance is made up of 8 large public European universities: Charles University, Heidelberg University, Paris Pantheon Assas University, Sorbonne University, University of Copenhagen, University of Geneva, University of Milan, and University of Warsaw. While strongly embedded in our local regions, we proudly share common values and a global outlook. We are building a transnational university of the future, which will be adapted to the needs of contemporary society. What are the values that guide us? Personalization of education. We want to help everyone access high-quality education by offering programs that respect the needs of students and give them the opportunity to take ownership of their learning. Interdisciplinarity as our response to society's expectations. We believe that engaging students, academics, and professionals across borders and different disciplines fosters creativity and gives rise to better solutions for the future. Excellence in both education and research. We are convinced that research and education are inseparable, as one cannot produce high-quality results without the other. We are developing a truly united university system to create synergies, achieve complementarity, and build one common yet intercultural identity. Our education and research are centered around 4 flagships, interdisciplinary thematic areas addressing the most crucial societal and educational challenges that our world is grappling with. Within flagships, we offer a range of opportunities such as new and flexible mobility schemes, education and training modules, transversal academic projects, innovative joint courses and programs, and other initiatives that ensure learning continues well beyond the classroom. Through collaborative work, we create a unique added value. 4EU+, growing together.
Thank you very much, and I would like Professor Alojzy Nowak, Rector of the University of Warsaw, to take the floor. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you at the University of Warsaw, in Poland, with hope that you feel good, that you feel at home. And I'm not saying it's just the beginning of the stronger cooperation, but to some extent, in Warsaw, it's the beginning. The movie showed almost everything, so many of you probably are expecting that I say only hello and then I will finish, because university professors usually speak too long. However, after yesterday's discussion we have, during the dinner, I wanted to indicate some, maybe not problems, but challenges which are ahead of us, I think. So, Mr. Minister, rectors, vice-rectors, deans, former rectors, colleagues, friends, students, PhD students, thank you for coming. We are very happy to have you here from such prestigious institutions and universities. It's our great pleasure to cooperate with all of you and each of you. And I am also very pleased that former rectors, my colleagues here at the university, started this program. I am thinking about Professor Katarzyna Hałasińska-Macukow, Marcin Pałys, Maciek Duszczyk, and many other people. Some of them are with us, some of them are not with us just now because of different reasons, but also administrative staff helped us very much in development of this program. And as far as I know, I mean, the most from us, of course, somebody is involved in this program, but as far as I know, the program has been doing very well. We have been developing many things, in particular in terms of education. Our students, our graduates, also I am convinced, because I had a chance to talk to some students coming from your universities, are very much satisfied of this program. We have started also research, doing research together. We have been exchanging professors, visiting professors, assistant professors, and the things are going well. However, yesterday we had some discussion concerning the financing of the programs, the research programs in particular. As you know, the finances are mostly being designed for 1 year. And it's very difficult to start and to finish the program within 1 year. So probably the message of this meeting will be, which will be go both to our Minister of Research and Higher Education, but also to the ministers of your countries and to the Commission to extend the finances for a longer time, for 3 years, for 4 years, etc., etc. Otherwise, it will be, the program will be lasting, will be doing very well, but it will be also very difficult to expect that we will go deeper and deeper. And as we agreed, as we discussed many times, one of the reasons of the common cooperation, except of course, of deeper integration between our institutions, between students, professors, PhD students, etc., is to build institution strong alliance which will be able to compete with East Coast universities, West Coast universities, Asian universities, etc., etc. The world has been changing very much. We have been dealing, number one, with rise of huge population, with massive education. On the other side, with globalization and deglobalization, with integration and deintegration. So the role of the university, of the alliances, has been changing or have been changing as well. And we have to adjust, and not only adjust to the changing situation, to the changing nature, but we have also to create the future and the changes and the expectations, etc., etc. When I am talking about that, I am reminding, and I think also about the meeting I had a few days ago with the big businesses, in particular working and developing artificial intelligence, innovations, biotechnologies, etc., etc. And when I was talking about our meeting, about our cooperation, all of them were extremely interested in coming to cooperate with us, to start stronger cooperation. Even they were thinking about financing, at least to some extent, everything what we have been doing. And as you know, there are different viewpoints for financing higher education in this country, and we are lucky because our minister has been supporting us. We have been working on endowment for the universities, etc. So we are half of the way just now using Anglo-Saxon model, but not only, also Finnish model, etc. So we have been seeing the place also for money coming from private institutions, money coming from state-owned businesses, enterprises, etc. So probably this will be also one day, or at least during our presidency, we will be trying to start to discuss with you what is your perspective, how you see this kind of cooperation, etc. We know that budgetary money is the best money, but unfortunately it's not enough. So we have to look also for another kind of resources, of money, which could come and support our institutions, our research, and also innovations, etc., etc. So the people involved very much in new technologies, in artificial intelligence, in innovations, are very much interested in cooperating with you, with us, with the alliances we have been building, because they know how good, how prominent institutions you have been representing. Of course, we have been also thinking about deepening the PhD programs, master degree programs, exchanging not only ideas, but also programs, also professors, maybe on bigger scale, etc. So this is ahead of us. And I was talking to some people yesterday. I was talking to some people the other meetings, and they, at least in my opinion, they are expecting from us, and they are expecting also from eventually University of Warsaw or from our presidency to go in this way. Of course, we will do nothing without consulting with you, without agreeing together, but I am expecting that we will be delivering some proposals to go in this way. If there is no acceptance or if it will be questionable, of course, we will adjust to our common cooperation, our common view, and we will go this way. University of Warsaw has been changing very much in terms of adjusting the world situation, adjusting to higher education changes, research changes, etc. We think, and I think in particular, that we are on the proper way, that innovations are needed, new technologies are needed, elasticity is needed to some extent, and of course, social sciences, humanities are very needed. And in recent time, we have a lot, I would say, achievements. And one more thing I wanted to indicate just now. We had a visitor, important visitor some time ago, 12, 13, 10 months ago. Samuel Altman visited us, the guy who is the owner of Chat and the guy who both is very intelligent, in my opinion, wise, creator, and additionally, he has a lot of money, or his businesses have a lot of money. And we had very nice discussions concerning higher education. And he and his people, he brought 5 people, and 3 of them graduated from Warsaw University, graduated from the Faculty of Mathematics and Computer Sciences, Mathematics, Computer Sciences, and Mechanics. And they have been discussing, they were making a proposal to change higher education. They were talking about 3 semesters of bachelor degree studies, 2 semesters of master degree studies, and 3 semesters of PhD studies. So it's completely different approach, completely different proposal. I am not saying that we agreed immediately. No, I am not saying that. What I am saying is that we have to think about that. Because once people are presenting, giving, delivering proposal, and because behind them is also money, huge amount of money, so they have, I'm not saying right, but they have the possibilities to change at least partly the system. So we have, being among such prestigious institutions, we have also answered the question, are we going to agree? We are going to disagree? Do we have a proposal of changes of the system of education? Are we staying with the same system, etc., etc.? So it will take us, I am absolutely sure, some time to discuss, to analyze, and to come to the point. But at least we have to take into account what has been going in the world. So teaching is one thing which is very important. We have to teach on high level. There is no doubt about that. And I think, I am convinced we have been doing that. Research is obvious. We are trying to adjust, to catch up also with research. As you know, we have some fields we are very good, but we understand with whom we have been cooperating, and we want to catch up. There is no doubt about that, but we also have to think about what has been going on in present world, what are the expectations of the students, PhD students, etc. We have been already doing many things. Micro-credentials are part of that. I am not sure whether micro-credentials will be enough. Maybe we should think also from another perspective, but it is everything ahead of us, and I am just only indicating the challenges. They are ahead of us, and I am trying also to talk to my colleagues, friends at the University of Warsaw, because we will be very much interested in organizing seminar, research seminar, probably for smaller group of us, just to come and discuss all those problems one after another, just to recognize your viewpoints and try to build something in common. And maybe, who knows, one day maybe we will build European University after the model, say, of Cambridge or of Oxford, so everyone will be independent and doing everything what you want to do. And when we will be interested in competing with other universities, maybe it will be useful. At least we think in some places in Poland about building such kind of, or changing to some extent the model of higher education. When you look at Gdańsk, when you look at Wrocław, Poznań, to some extent Kraków, maybe not yet in Warsaw, because in Warsaw maybe we are too strong, or we are strong in our University of Warsaw, but they have been building such kind of models and cooperation between themselves. So, saying that, I wanted only to say that there is a lot of interesting and wise work ahead of us, and I am absolutely sure that being in such good association with you, colleagues and friends, we will be able to change many things, to change the model of education if it is needed, to change the model of research, and in particular, it's also a pleasure to cooperate with you. It's also a great pleasure and honor to meet you, and it's always great pleasure to see you any place we can see us, but this time, for the next 13 or maybe even 14 months, we will be seeing us mostly here in Warsaw at Warsaw University. Thank you for everything you have already done, we have already done, and I think that we have a lot to be done also in the future for better world, for better education, for better and deeper research, and simply for better future for us, for our kids, for our families, for the students, and for the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I forgot to welcome for you plus Academic Council President Berni Hasenknopf. Berni, sorry, I do it now. I would like to take the floor, Mr. Dariusz Wieczorek.
No, it wasn't suggestion about my speech. Don't worry. So, Their Magnificence, Rector of University of Warsaw, ambassadors, madams and sirs, rectors of for EU plus University Alliance members, ladies and gentlemen, scientists, students. First of all, I would like to thank you for invitation. I would like to thank you that I can be here because it's a very important thing for me and for us. If the Minister of the Science will come on this meeting, that means that it's very important for development of the science in Poland and in Europe. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you very much for your conception about this alliance. I have seen this short film, and I can say you, this is our strategy. This is a new strategy of Polish government, new strategy, new coalition, because as you know, we have a new government, new coalition in Polish Parliament, and I would like to say for everybody, we want to back to Europe. We want to back to cooperation with higher schools, with scientists, for research, for development. we would like support all European alliance between our high schools, and can be sure that we support for AI Plus Alliance too. So, Mr. Rector have said about money. Of course, we know that's the problem, but I think in your country you have the same problem, and of course we have to talk with our national government about it. But all international alliance, it's very important for the possibilities take money from European fund, and that's the target for us. And I think we have to think about it. I would like thanks for Rector of University of Milan, Elio Franzini. Mr. Rector, congratulations for your work, because I have heard about your work during your cadency, and I know that you have a strategy for your alliance, and it's a good idea, and I hope that the next leader, my friends, Rector Nowak, will do and will work about how to do everything for realization your strategy. And of course, it's very important for us, the European Alliance, and for your information, now we have 64 existing alliance, and in 30 alliance working Polish universities. It's only half. We would like much more, and today we have this one very important meeting, but afternoon we have a second important meeting with all Polish rectors, and be sure, I will say them, international alliance is very important for our development, for development economy, for development of research, science. It's development for us, and can be sure, if we will cooperate, if we will work together, we'll be stronger, and we will solve all the problem in Europe, in the world. Best regards for you. I wish you everything was the best. I wish you success, and be sure we will help you in your work, and we support everything what will you do. Thank you very much.
Well, sir, it is very nice that you will support universities, European university alliances, but keep in mind that 4U Plus Alliance is the best in Europe. Mr. Wieczorek will disappear in a few minutes, not because he has no time for us, but there is a Senate of Republic of Poland meeting, and he has to join the meeting. Okay. Robimy zdjęcie. There is a suggestion from Rector Nowak that we have a picture from this side with the minister, just as an evidence from the support for the future. So we go back to our program. The first part, or the second part actually, is or are some reports given by Elio, Franzini, Antonella, Baldi, Berni, Hasenknopf, on Chmielewski-Gill, and we start with the report of Rector Franzini and Antonella, or afterwards. Okay, sir.
Dear all, good morning. I apologize if in what will be my last brief speech, not only our alliance, but as rector, my term ends in a few days. For I begin with a personal memory, a memory that I can summarize in 2 slides. Here, here the first is of this car, called the Alfa Sud, a project by state-owned company, Alfa Romeo, in support of southern Italy, as the car was produced in Naples. It was a mid-sized, not expensive car, that, to use an Italian expression, was a voglio ma non posso. Something we could translate more or less, I would really like to, but I can't. In short, a car for young people. The year was 1977, August 1977. And I was a student at my university, enrolled in my 2nd year of philosophy. The reason for this image is explained by another image. The journey that 4 friends and I, of course, made to reach Warsaw, stopping in 2 other places in our alliance, Heidelberg and Prague. We didn't know that in 1977, in the poignant setting of Prague, a charter, Carta 77, had been published that would shape the future of Europe, and that, in that very year, a great and beloved philosopher, Jan Patočka, had completed his path for martyrdom. I spare you the adventures, including the futile search for a relative of one of my friends, a woman married to a Polish citizen and lived here in Warsaw, perhaps. But I want to remind you of the journey we had to undertake to cross from Germany to what was then Czechoslovakia, then up to Poland, and finally back home, passing through Austria. Hours and hours spent at the border,
without understanding why. The difficulty in making phone calls and so on. As a philosopher, I don't believe in the idea of progress. But in this case, it's hard not to think that this idea is strong and tangible, behind politics and history itself. Not only did we reach Warsaw in just a few hours, but we are here together for a common project, a project of education, peace, and progress. We are not talking about centuries, but just a few decades. Less than 80 years ago, Europe was in ruins, our peoples were enemies, walls were being built. Now, I repeat, we are here together to build the strategies for the future. We are united against the horrors unfolding in Europe itself, and we have common goals. Goals that for our students erase those borders that were so difficult to cross in 1977. We have contributed to constructing a dream unthinkable both in 1945 but also in 1977. Fortunate is one who lives long enough to see a utopia come true. Of course, Europe's richness does not lie in an abstract identity, but in its ability to make differences coexist. In this, we have succeeded, and this pushes us to work towards a new goal, a new utopia. The planning capacities of Europe can still inhabit our continent if its spirit proves capable of communicating with others, of making the principle of dialogue and coexistence triumph. The search for identity in a complex society suggests us that a good European should not be only European. Identity is built only through confrontation with others. This is why, in our alliance, we are determined to build bridges. Building bridges and opening doors is our duty as professors, our mission. To achieve this, we need projects and strategies. And this is what I would briefly like to show you, our strategies that are divided into the 4 areas that are the foundation of our alliance. Yes. I'm not going to read everything you'll see. Antonella will summarize and outline our future much better than I will do. But of course, we have a first goal in education, to ensure that all our students have access to at least one educational component of For You Plus. But in university, Alojzy said, learning must be led, accompanied by research. Yeah. And the powers research with money, of course, is our principal duty. But at least we know that education, research only make their sense, the deep sense, if they lead to innovation. University is a mix of tradition and innovation is our mission, fundamental our mission, every day, every minute of our life. In conclusion, I would just like to remember all the rectors who have succeeded each other in this alliance, who passionately believed in our project. And our project, as you can read, must have a global outreach. What we have seen are not abstract scenarios or prophecies, but goals to work every day for the future. As a great sociologist, German sociologist, Max Weber wrote at the end of his book, Science as a Vocation, Wissenschaft als Beruf, we will set to work to fulfill what Goethe called the demand of the day. This is not difficult, Weber concluded, but it is not difficult only if each of us, and our students, of course, know how to find and obey the demon that holds the threats of our lives. And to conclude with a smile, this was the itinerary of a trip with an old Fiat 127. I assure, a very strong car. a very strong cut, but very dangerous, very, very dangerous. I remember very well for our backside. And the legs too was terrible, but strong. Fiat is not more Italian, so no problem. Allora, in this trip, summer 1978, stops in Geneva, Paris, Copenhagen, as you can see. History, so, always has meaning, and our strategy has a deep meaning, which you can read if you scan this, this code. Thank you. Download, It's true, It's not. Thank you very much, and sorry for my terrible English.
Rector Franzini, Elio, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the months of the presidency by the governing board for U+. And I would like to ask Antonella to take the floor, Vice-Rector of the University of Milan.
Dear rectors, Rector Nowak, authorities, students, colleagues and friends, it's a real pleasure for me to be in front of you after 1 year, Milan, of course, and especially in my role of chair of the management committee, still for a few hours, that Sambor will take it. It's an honor to give you a synthesis and update of the advancement of our alliances and activities during the past year. Well, Rector Franzini, did you download it? Because I will speak on it later on. Okay. Well, this is the picture that usually we use, I use for sure, when I present our alliances to people everywhere I have the occasion. And we are one comprehensive European research-intensive university with a long-term commitment on education, research, innovation, and outreach, which are the 4 domains that Rector Franzini showed you before. We have a strong commitment since the beginning. We have created a legal entity, and we are grown. We are grown over the years, and also our ambitions as well. Of course, since the beginning, our commitment was focalized and highlighted by our common interdisciplinary work and education and research in the 4 flagships. From the beginning, we have formed the basis for this interdisciplinary cooperation, as we have seen the video before, where it was very clearly expressed, this concept. But, okay, Rector Nowak spoke about money. That's it. No work without money, no activities without money. But before entering into some information about this project, have a look. We have 5 years behind us, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 projects. That is, our university is strongly active in the European education and research area, but also the commitment of the Commission, because, 5 years, there was so many calls around the European university initiatives. And I would like to remember, speaking about budget, speaking about the future, that Ursula von der Leyen, in her presentation of political guidelines for the next European Commission, 24-29, she spoke of our alliances, to strengthen European university alliances. And these make us confident for the future, of course. At the same time, the new Commission has in their mandate education, research and innovation, very clearly stated, the future of Europe is also, or mainly, I would say, in these European alliances. So there is a trust, and the commitment that we have and the strategy that we have built for the next 10 years is not just a strategy, is a real vision that we want to have for our future. But, of course, the vision for the future is based also on the work done so far, all the concrete activities that create added values for our communities of students, academics, and professional staff. So let's enter a little bit very fast into details of this. In the light blue are the projects that ended. Of course, the first one, EUP1, that was the first we had in 2019. We were one of the first alliance financed. And in Erasmus Plus project under European University Initiatives, and the Train for You under Horizon, that was on research agenda and infrastructure. Of course, For You Plus One Core, which is the acronym of One Comprehensive Research Intensive European Universities, not only a continuation of EUP1, but the implementation and addition of new activities. We were more aware of how to work together. We were more aware that we are a community. And this is what I will briefly show afterwards. And then these two projects, that was not very much money, the budget is small, but was political very important because there was a shift. The Commission says, okay, we are 60 alliance, now 64. We have to work together. We have to make a strong momentum, a strong lobby for the future of European education research area. And so these are the two projects. EDAFISH, that was on European degree and European degree level. I will come back on that. It was a consortium of few European universities, and then ESEO, that was piloting a joint legal status for European Alliance. Thank you very much. And in red are the future. The future is the new project starting, which are For You, For All. This is a community of practice, collaborations among alliances. So what we have to do since the beginning, is working together, create momentum together, create some also very strong interconnection between what we say sisters alliances. Competition, but collaboration. This is the message. And also, this is quite important, the research management training and network, because research management needs to be professionally upgraded, and especially there is a need of, I would say, to interact between research managers in the alliances. And last but not least, this is still running, this For You Plus for Ukraine. It's easier to look there, sorry. For You Plus for Ukraine, that is a program under Polish government that is very important for supporting our colleagues from Ukraine universities. Well, one of the scope of my presentation today is also to give you some insight about the progression of the One Core program. I would say that 2 days ago we had the quarterly review meeting with all the work package leaders, task leaders, coordinators. It was really impressive how much they work together, how much is the effort to go ahead in this project, but in the alliance work. And as we speak before, if you have seen the picture, the slide about the 4 domain, education, research, innovation, and outreach, there is a central, if you see, a central circle that is enable condition. So without enabling structures, governance, collaborations, it's not possible to keep together all the activities. And I would say there are many. Yesterday, flagships met for 4 hours each one, and they should also continuing even more. There's so much things to share, to communicate, to organize, and especially to forecast. And I would like to say very briefly that, of course, you see here, the red is management and communication. That is, of course, inter-work packages, work package. But see the work package 2. The work package 2 is important because we have developed recommendations to establish joint, innovative, and groundbreaking activities in education. WUP 3 is for developing flagships research-based education. Work package 4 is where Rector Nowak spoke about micro-credentials, is for lifelong learning activities, and you will see we have it. And work package 5 is so important because we have a student portal, we have an LMS, learning management system. We have to give to our students and also other staff and teachers the possibility to enter into the system of our campus and download, look, navigate, or see all the activities that we offer. And of course, last but not least, the work package 6 on sustainable governance of the alliances and quality management. Just a few highlights here about the achievements so far. We have the launch of the For You Center for Innovative and Digital Teaching and Learning. We have established students ambassadors, 17 up to now, very active in communicating and sharing all the information, not only among students, but online to everybody. We've published a concept note of micro-credentials, an annual portfolio of flagships activity, guidelines for joint programs, and we have also a new website. Of course, the strategy. And let's have just half a minute on EDAFISH, European Degree Label Pilot. Of course, there is a picture of some, she laughs, but of course, you are nice. And this is a consortium of 6 European university alliances. It was financed under this call on European Degree Label, and there was 6 projects financed. Our was one of the 6. And it shows how much is important to communicate on that, to facilitate discussion, to overcome obstacles. Of course, we say that since the beginning, but what was important that this give a push also of collaborations with the ministry, with the government, with the national evaluation agencies that now speak together. So it's like to create the condition to step forward in the Bologna process, to go ahead, and especially the recommendations, I would like to say, are integrated in the European Commission blueprint for the European degree. And I would say that on 17th of March 24, there was the package of a proposal for the European higher education, and this was really based on the achievements of these projects. Well, let's go on with how long I have to? With this narrative. Of course, the money is not enough. As Rector Nowak said, also, you know, it was the minister was here, is here, but of course I have to continue it with this narrative. It's not enough. We are financing ourselves. We are financing ourselves through the association or directly through our universities, and it's not in kind, also in kind, but it's in cash. We put cash in the pocket. And these were some of the initiatives that we are running. We continue to support our educational projects. The good ones that were wishing to go ahead, they were evaluated in their, of course, activity, and we are continuing to funding also this academic year 23-24. There are 36 educational projects that co-funded. Then we have created, Sorbonne launched the initiative, the co-tutel. Up to now, we have a number of co-supervised PhD students for 3 years across different disciplines. Then we have outreach projects, thanks to Geneva, that gave a push in that. We have an international Geneva study trip in 24 and a global health academy. And then we have course in lifelong learning. We spoke about micro-credential. one example of success is this entrepreneurial and intrapreneurial project management, coordinated by Sorbonne with other universities. This year, University of Milan will host it. And last but not least, mini grants. They were very important since the beginning. Some government, I say, Charles University, University of Geneva, and Warsaw got money for financing mini grants that start a lot of collaborations. I don't really know how many. I have to say very much, a lot. So that was also a very important point. But with association funding, we have, as you know, the two calls, the two For You Plus calls, two editions. The first edition in 23 was a pilot. So it was not really perfect, but you want to push to go ahead. And this year we have already had the visiting professorship call with 11 candidates, 2 more than in the 23, and the Seed for You Plus more on research. So of course, up to now, we have more financing on education, but you see from our strategy that we have to push on research, innovation, and outreach. And this Seed for You Plus, even of course, not with the same amount, is important for this part of our missions. We are funded directly from the budget of the For You Plus member university, and the deadline is the 30th of September. Well, so just a quick outlook that we had, we have 61 education, and now we continue to support 38 and 36 activities over the time. But another very important step forward are the joint programs. We are now 3 joint masters in migration studies and new societies, Erasmus Mundus, so to have got the Erasmus Mundus financing, joint master in global environment and development, and European environmental economics and policy. But just yesterday, we know that we got also an Erasmus Mundus design measures financing on joint master in biodiversity. So we will be 4. And this in 3 years, more or less, because we started to work together on that point. And this is the basis also for the future experimentation also about European degree. European degree that, I have to be clear, will be in full respect of subsidiarity, institutional autonomy, and academic freedom. So we have to be advanced. At the same time, we must be anchored. We need our member states because the legal framework is in the member states. So this link is very clear since the beginning, and we are very confident to go on. And last but not least, we spoke about IT. Student portal is also implementing, and learning management system now also with data management of our students. That was a little bit a moment of legal awareness, now is starting to work. And this is important also for another activity that I have to point out, that are shared courses. We have hundreds of shared courses, which each university put in the system and is available for our students to include in their study program. So it's important also for the mobility options, and over 4,000 mobility has been with an increase at least of 20% as compared to the previous academic year we have reached. But we create a legal entity. We are moving to Brussels, so this is the occasion to thank the colleagues that take care of legal entities, our For You Plus European University Alliance. You will see here all of them, and I think they made a lot of work, also administrative work, and we have to thank them a lot for their activity. And looking forward, we have a new office. Starting from May, we have a new office in Brussels, but an office is not a room, only a room, but office means people. So you see here, you already know them, Elena Del Giorgio, For You Plus Senior Policy Office, and an Interim Secretary General, Anna Biliesco, One Core Finance and Administration Manager, Laura Colò, One Core Project Manager, and the new entry since October, Mirsada Spaho, for administrative officer that is quite important for managing all the stuff that we need. And then remember that we have also secondment on communication. We have, of course, you know very well, Marta, Cristina, and Kasia. I have to thank Kasia because she prepared the slides, so thanks a lot for that. And I would conclude with the strategy again. So let me say a few words about that. When Copenhagen gave us this mission, of course, they set up a very nice architecture. The architecture and the preamble were discussed in the management committee and governing board, and they say now we have to start the consultation because strategy is nothing that we have to write down, say, oh, it's a nice strategy, it's very high-level strategy. And so, no, strategy must be, as I told before, based on the activities that have been done and the vision that all the community has. So we start this little journey, and our community was really important also for internal communication. We started with Vice-Rector education, then we participate in the quarterly review meeting with work groups and work packages. Of course, flagships, and then academic council, Vice-Rector research and innovation, quality management, and student representatives, and of course, last but not least, non-academic associate partners. And at the end of the day, we presented the strategy you have, I hope, now in your mobile phone, and now here. I don't have to enter, because I would say we need 2 hours, 1 hour to speak about the strategy. Just read it. Just read it, because this is the vision that we have for the future. And of course, thanks a lot for your attention.
Antonella, thank you a lot. Mille grazie. For the last year at the presidency of MC. And we go to the next report by 4U Plus Academic Council President Berni Hasenknopf. Berni, I would like to take you the floor.
Okay, thank you. Well, last year in Milan, I cut my speech short because we were running out of time. I'm not doing this again here. Actually, I put everything of last year in the speech of today, together with some new stuff, so you better settle in for a lengthy talk. Well, only joking. Your Excellencies, directors, esteemed colleagues, and dear students, I'll be brief, and I will just focus on 3 activities of the Academic Council of this last year. But first, let me remind everyone of the AC's role. We are an advisory body, so we are offering feedback to the management committee and the governing board. We are not taking decisions, but I'm very happy to see that very often our advice is followed, and both MC and GB regularly act upon our recommendations. So now let me walk you through the 3 activities that have taken up most of the time last year, and I guess I can even show that to you here, so that's my name. Okay, first, the AC's involvement in the internal auditing board of 4U+. This board is part of our Alliance quality management system, and next month we will complete the first cycle of quality and assurance for our joint educational activities. And here I want to acknowledge the excellent coordination of this by Svante Schirmer. Of course, I know that terms like quality management, quality assurance may cause a few groans, because for many they bring to mind endless paperwork and audits aimed at finding just faults. But from the beginning, the AC made it clear that we would not play the role of inspectors. Instead, we committed to working with readily available data and offering constructive advice, not pointing fingers, but position ourselves as critical friends, offering really helpful insights rather than criticism. And throughout several meetings, both online and in person in Prague, and thank you, Teresa, and all the other teams from Prague for organizing this on-site meeting, We've identified numerous strengths of the 4U Plus educational offerings. Among them, the adequacy of course requirements, the positive learning climate, with good communication between students and lecturers, and the student portal as key information resource. However, we also noted areas for improvement, such as clarifying the goals of 4U Plus educational activities and enhancing entrepreneurial competencies, skills that our alliance seeks to develop. And by the way, developing such skills, I think, takes time, so I'm not sure that 8 semesters between high school and PhD is the right length. We also recognize best practice, particularly the way QA findings are communicated in Prague and the work done at the alliance level by Heidelberg. Second, I want to highlight our work on generative artificial intelligence, Gen AI, led by Khaled Ismail. Thank you, Khaled. And a dedicated writing group together with him. We produced an opinion paper, which was presented to the MC and made available online, so I invite you to read it. I did not put on a QR code, sorry for that, but you should find it on this website. The consensus is clear, Gen AI is here to stay. The question isn't if we should use it, but how we should use it. Some things like traditional exams may longer be feasible in the era of Gen AI, and yes, it poses challenges to academic integrity. But Gen AI also presents incredible opportunities for progress. As universities on the cutting edge of innovation, we must embrace this change. We've put forth a list of good practices for EU to consider, including the need for training opportunities on Gen AI for students, teachers, and researchers. All of us are concerned. Understanding these tools and not just using them is critical for a thoughtful and reflective academic approach. And additionally, equitable access to AI infrastructure is a priority, and this is something that we as a European alliance can achieve on a transnational scale. And maybe Gen AI's role in education could become a criterion for our quality management. And third and finally, I want to address student representation within 4U+. Our student members brought to the AC an important discussion about their role within the Council. It gave us the opportunity to reaffirm that students hold equal rights and responsibilities alongside other AC members. However, it also brought to light broader challenges around student representation within 4U+. And to address the diverse perspectives, we initiated a series of interviews with stakeholders across the Alliance. Our goal is to understand the different cultures we all bring to 4U+, and develop recommendations for how we can unite as a single, cohesive university community. Because this is, after all, our ultimate goal: create a university where education and research flow freely across borders, bringing together the best what each university has to offer. It is still a challenge, but at every meeting, including this one here, I feel the progress of our work. Before I conclude, I would like to express, oh, by the way, I should have put this also on for the student representation, sorry. But before I conclude, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all my colleagues, members of the Academic Council, for their hard work and dedication. Special thanks also to Anke Schmidt for her support. And also a heartfelt thank you, merci, danke schön, to Isabel Kratz, our former Secretary General, whose tireless efforts ensure the smooth functioning of our work. In a world where borders are tightening, where people seem to grow more distant from each other, and where international organizations struggle to make their voices heard, it is heartening to see all of you here and in all our meetings united in support of one comprehensive, research-intensive European university. Thank you for your attention here, and let's continue building this incredible future together. Thank you.
Berni, thank you very much. You mentioned Isabel Kratz. She was for a long time Secretary General, then she resigned, and we are on the way to open recruitment for a new Secretary General. The governing board will take decision these days, I hope. So, okay. Last but not least, I would like to invite Jan Chmielewski-Gill, Vice President of the EU Plus Student Executive Committee, a very important man or member or vice presidents. Remember that the European University Initiative was established and dedicated to the students as an educational way, and we extended that in our alliance on research, but education is the main interest of our alliance. Jan, please take the floor.
Thank you. I love presenting in Warsaw. People tend to finally get my surname right, which is something new for me. Yeah, okay. So my name is Jan Chmielewski-Gill. I am the vice chair of the 4U Plus student committee. I've been that for the last 2 years, and I've been with the Alliance for the last 3 years. The first gadget I was giving up had still the 4U without the plus mark, so it's been a while. Yes, so I am not such a great speaker as my predecessors were today, but I partook myself with a difficult task of bringing you closer to the essence of the student body in our alliance. And to do that, I have to start, unfortunately, with some basics. So, as you probably know, but some of you might not know, the student committee consists of a bachelor representative, a master degree representative, and a PhD representative. This is to ensure that every subgroup of student body is represented, since we often have different priorities. But yes, and all members are required to participate in our meetings. We are open to other students during our meetings, so we often, well, not often, but sometimes have guests with us. We also have a body called Student Executive Committee, which consists of one representative from university. This was created so we have more of a easier group to manage and to send out for delegations and to show off. Okay, so we work. We held our meetings. They are yes, so every 2 months we have a meeting. Usually they're online. We meet actually more often because where something happens in the alliance or there's something controversial, we meet up and discuss it. We try to do offline meetings as often as we can. The chair, so that was Marta Lis, who's not present, unfortunately, usually prepares the meetings and sets the agenda. We all have time to give our feedback before the agenda is created, so we all get the spot to talk about what we want to talk about. Yes, so, and also SEC has additional meetings, physical meetings. If we go somewhere, we tend to group up and discuss all things necessary. So our role is a complicated thing. Yesterday, we had a SEC meeting, and a newer member asked us, what is the purpose? What's our purpose? What do we do? And every one of us gave a different answer to this question, which summarize the difficulty of my presentation today. But in conclusion, our role is to provide feedback and share information with each other and with you. And yes, and we do that by putting ourselves everywhere we can and reminding everybody that we are here and we are ready to work and we are working, and work with us. So our aims are to develop short and long-term strategies. Basically, we want to ensure that students' needs are met across all universities, and we do that by our involvement in the work packages. We collaborate with student unions and local offices, and we regularly review our goals and our progress, so we try to adapt to the changing alliance as best we can. But the main part is, how do you help us? When I was creating this slide, the representative of Milano said to me that, Jan, you are making us look like we're helpless puppies. And this couldn't be further from the truth, because actually the students sitting in this room are one of the most influential people at the universities. And have that in mind, because they are the people who talk to students, who can create strikes, and it happens. We are elected by our unions. We fought to be here, and we're very proud to be here. But for us to work better with you guys is you have to help us get to know you. I can honestly say that the people here that I work with are one of the most brilliant people I ever met in my life, and I'm very happy to do that. But sometimes I find myself struggling to speak to some of you distinguished guests here, because who am I to talk to the rector of Milano? I failed Latin twice, so who am I? And then I have to remind myself, I am a person who was elected by my students' union. I represent 32,000 students, and it gives me wings to fly. But it helps if you also come to us. It's our pleasure to talk to you, and we're very, very happy. So that's one thing. Second thing is to make sure that your university is properly represented by students. This is in your interest more than ours. For us, it's simpler to work in a smaller group. But if a university is not properly represented, it's hard for us to include you in this process, in our discussions, because if we don't know, we don't know, and we have to look for it, which is hard. And last thing is to listen to our concerns. I know that we can be a nuisance. That's our job. But our voice that we present is a voice that a group of young people sat together, discussed the topic for 2, 3, 4 hours, and came up with a statement or a conclusion. We don't always agree with each other. We try to mark that in our statement if we don't agree with each other. But it's the statements we do and the words we put out are thought through. And really, I think that they should be taken in consideration. They are, but, for the future. Thank you. That's all from me.
Dear Jan, I hope not only your colleagues, but also Rector Nowak and me are amazing people you ever have worked with. We are coming to the official changing the presidency, and let me inform you that for the first time we established an insignium of the presidency. It is a pen, and this is the cover of the pen. And the pen will move every year to the next president, and in the cover or in the box is another one. And I will hand it to Elio, and I would like to ask rectors, all rectors, to come here.
Yeah. And you? No. You go away. But Firstly, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alojzy. Thank you very much, Sambor. And thank you very much for the staff, because this is a wonderful university, a wonderful city, and a wonderful, wonderful country. Poland is the only nation mentioned in our national anthem. So the passage is natural. And so I'm sure Alojzy has empathy, as well as is a great rector. Alojzy, good luck. Is a little pen, the pen of a power.
Thank you, Elio. It will be not easy to do things like you did. It will be not easy to follow after our colleagues, but I will do the best, and I will try to become at least close what you have done, and I hope that it will, the future and the cooperation is promising. Thank you very much. I am regretting that you are leaving the position, and I am pleased that I am becoming your successor. I am just joking, you know. I am just joking, but I am absolutely sure that we will stay in touch. We'll be doing and cooperating everything for us, for you plus, and also for students, for our faculty members, for rectors, etc. And just to undersign that, I have small gifts for you prepared, and there's a small picture and chess.
A little pen.
No, they will be not penned, but different pictures probably of Warsaw.
And
Yeah.
oh, excuse me. This is my present.
Right.
You forgot. This is a lithograph of my university. Without the student last year. He's a great Italian artist.
So you have to come pretty soon just to admire this picture in my office. Yes, you know, you are cordially invited. Thank you.
I'm honored.
Thank you very much.
And for me?
So, a picture will be looking, the sample will be looking for, and you are also getting a small picture of Warsaw. Smaller. And here,
A large and a small.
and here, you know, because we are thinking how you are going to take it flying.
Oh.
It will be there to fly. And here are University of Warsaw chairs. And these chairs were used because we had a second best chess team some time ago, not a long time ago, and they were using that in Princeton or somewhere. But, yeah, you know how to manage everything. Yes. And
It's difficult to show, but
Yes.
I'm sure it's a chess.
Yes, I know. And you will get also similar thing just to exercise after your presidency. The picture probably is different. The same picture? No?
No, it's
Slightly different.
It's not
but the chair is the same.
picture.
Pleasure. Henrik. Yes, yes.
Or Monopoly.
Picture.
Something easy.
Is different. Something easy. Pictures.
Chess is too hard.
Just,
Thank you.
okay. Yes, right picture. Yes, it is right right picture. Yes. Chess, the same picture is right as well. Proper big picture.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And pleasure, Natalie. Picture? Yes. Warsaw.
Thank you.
And chess.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. With your support.
And good luck.
Thank you. With your support, I am sure that the things will go well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Picture.
Dear all, before we go to the coffee break, I would like to make you the opening lecture tasty. And I was thinking how to introduce Professor Włoch. She's a professor at the Faculty of Sociology. And I went to her homepage and I found a very interesting self-description. And to make me easy, I will cite the self-description because it's very interesting. It says a lot about the person. My first field of study was international relations. For some time, I focused on nuclear security and international theory. Sociology is my second life, to which I am greatly faithful, although I also lean towards economics and political science in my research. Without guilt, but with great pleasure, I jump between research fields, juggle theories, and try various research methods. I enjoy working with businesses and public institutions. Currently, my academic interests revolve around issues of digital globalization. I invite you to the coffee break and to the opening lecture later. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please take the seat. We start with the opening lecture given by, as said, Professor Renata Włoch. Renata, the floor is yours. Shh.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I'm Renata Włoch. I'm professor here at University of Warsaw, head of Department of Digital Sociology and the scientific director of Digital Economy Lab, an interdisciplinary unit gathering economists, sociologists, lawyers, and data scientists. You've generously lent me 40 minutes of your time. And within those 40 minutes, 8 billion emails will be sent. It's like everybody in the world just said something during those 40 minutes. And 20 million comments will appear on Facebook, just 10 times as the population of our lovely Warsaw. Never before, humanity was able to produce so much data. And never before have we been able to squeeze so much value out of data in the shape of information and knowledge. We work in the institution that has been created in order to generate, guard, replicate, and disseminate knowledge. What is the mission of the university in the age of unprecedented datafication? I would like to invite you to reflect on this mission using a fourfold framework borrowed from my colleague sociologist, Michael Burawoy, who used it to discuss about crisis of sociology and how it can overcome this crisis to find its identity. But I don't want to talk about crisis. I want to talk about challenges and opportunities today. And it is important to talk about challenges universities face nowadays as institutions that in their academic roles offer frameworks for interpretation and understanding. In their critical role, push the boundaries of knowledge. In their practical role, teach, share, and disseminate knowledge. And in their public role, ensure that this knowledge is accessible and beneficial to everyone. I have already used this word datafication twice, so it's high time that I defined it. It's a brand new notion. It was never used 11 years ago. It was introduced in 2013 in a book with a persuasive title, Big Data: A Revolution That Will Transform How We Live, Work, and Think. And for some time, it was a discussion about big data, mainly generated by digital traces of people's activity on the internet that fire up business and media. The sheer volume of digital data, now generated not only by people, but also by machines, is an interesting fact in itself. But much more important is what organizations are doing with the data. Datafication refers to creating digital representations of real-world phenomena and deriving value from them. Subsequent academic definitions of datafication specify that it consists of two steps. First, quantification, that is turning real-life phenomena and process into data, in this case, digital data. And then abstraction of this data into information that can provide useful knowledge. Datafication initially interested organizations looking to use data to reshape their operation and business processes. Starting in the late 1990s, new economic actors operating via the internet, namely big tech platforms such as Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft, started to recognize data as valuable asset, first using it to calibrate their own services, and then circa 15 years ago, they started to sell this data primarily for marketing purposes. Platforms supported the development of new kinds of analytical tools, which could speed up squeezing of the value out of data. Thanks to their abundant financing, the so-called artificial intelligence algorithms of machine learning and deep learning emerged from theory into practice. Datafication is based on innovative ways of data analysis, and I propose to treat AI from rules-based algorithms to large language models as just one of any and many tools driving datafication. It took no time for academics, obviously, to begin critically assessing the consequences of datafication, revealing that both private actors on digital markets and the state are absorbing the essence of human life, transforming it into quantified data for use, with the primary purpose being control. Data gave information, information gave knowledge, and knowledge produced power. Michel Foucault's ideas on power remain ever relevant. One of the most insightful accounts of these new dimensions of power was provided by an American management scholar, Shoshana Zuboff. You've probably have heard of her, who offered the notion of surveillance capitalism, feasting on our private life. In recent years, this critical assessment of datafication spread into a whole new fields of study with own conferences and journals. New perspectives have emerged, claiming that data can serve the public good. They propose that datafication can be used from the ground up to fuel data activism and fight for data justice. Datafication is increasingly seen as a technology-driven process of sense-making, open and available to all. In discussing the definition of datafication, I've already touched on the academic role of the university in this new era. With vast amounts of data waiting to be transformed into information and possibly into knowledge, we find ourselves surrounded by a growing flood of informational noise. This noise is being generated at increasing speed by consultancy firms, social media controlled by big tech, fake news outlets, and more. Datafication means that claims about what is true and what is not are multiplying rapidly. Here you can see a little bit of marketing. These are books that were produced in the lab, and I believe that some of them are providing such frameworks to understand what the datafication is and how it relates to those truth claims that I am talking about. In the age of AI-driven data overload, I believe that universities should embrace their role as somewhat detached ivory towers of wisdom. They should take time to carefully distill data and information into deeper understanding. More than ever, universities must focus on providing theoretical frameworks and synthesis to help us better comprehend and explain social change. In times of acceleration of everything, to borrow the insight of another sociologist, Hartmut Rosa, universities should be spaces of slower, deliberate thinking. This is where we can debate which theories and concepts to use. Should we talk, for example, about datafication, as I suggest, or maybe is digitization, digitalization, digital transformation, or algorithmization a better term for capturing these shifts? Is datafied capitalism a continuation of the logic of modern capitalism, or a completely new form of economy requiring new theoretical approaches? I won't answer these questions here. I just want to emphasize that they are important, and there is no better place than the university to explore them. The role of universities in the age of datafication, I believe, is to give us space to read, to think, to engage in academic debates about concepts and theories, and to write books in a never-ending search for situated, contextual, but rigorously tested knowledge. Universities have had centuries to navigate conflicting truth claims, refining methods for sifting through data, extracting information, and building insights towards knowledge. Let universities be universities, a calmer reservoir of people who willingly accept usually lower pay, in hope that they will have time not only to think, but to ponder. While the academic role of universities should allow academics to search for frameworks of interpretation and explanation, the critical role compels them to question the very process of datafication. This critical potential logically builds on historically collected knowledge, but focuses more on opening new vistas and pursuing many different and bold empirical endeavors. This role fulfills itself in questioning, never taking things at face value, testing, finding out, negating smooth hype narratives of techno-solutionism and standing up to dataism, a conviction readily spread by big tech that more datafication will solve social problems. This means challenging existing power structures and ideologies. A critical approach to datafication highlights that nihil novi sub sola, nothing new under the sun. The political, social, and economic mechanisms driving the digital revolution aren't entirely new. Datafication, the attempt to capture reality through data, to count, measure, and control, has been the script, natural script, for social institutions since the dawn of written history. It allowed societies to transform social memory into something more material and less individual, creating external frameworks for identity and social action. In the 19th century, effective datafication was key to the success of nation-state. Statistics was a kind of data science, providing insights useful for modeling modern society by state bureaucracies. Critical approaches to datafication underline that the activities of big tech should remind us of colonialism, the run for exploration, exploitation, extraction, and perhaps extinction, that we pay for the amenities of the digital economy with our data, and in fact with our private, intimate life that becomes more and more quantified, datafied, surveyed, and in the end controlled. Today's digital datafication is just the latest iteration of this long-standing pattern, reflecting both ongoing thirst of the state and the market for data and information about citizens and consumers. Just as colonial powers extracted resources, big tech extracts our lives for profit. It may deepen social inequalities, for example, by excluding certain groups from health or insurance services. If openly or secretly collected behavioral data suggests that they will be high risk or problematic. Critical approaches, such as data feminism or data activism, are able to spot inequalities stemming not only from too much of datafication, but also from too little or lack of datafication. Those whose data are deemed not interesting or important enough may be completely deprived of datafied public or private services. Critical scholars of datafication, and here I showed you also some of our output. You can see that this is marvelously differentiated when it comes to the subject matter, from data activism to text mining, embedding digital economy, how do you trade with narcotics and drugs in illicit markets, what determines Airbnb prices in European cities, on how big tech is using ideology of mindfulness to datafy data about not only our activities, but also what we think about. So this is, I believe, the exemplification of this critical approach. But critical scholars of datafication, and I will underline that we are still talking about field that emerged within the last decade, argue that data is never this raw, natural, or neutral substract, that the data are not given, but they are always produced, or rather constructed, in the situated cultural context. They also help to strip the digital hype from its discourse of harmless immateriality by emphasizing the role of materiality of the digital infrastructure that sustains datafication and which voraciously drink under our water, uses a growing share of the world's electricity production, and fuels bloody conflicts in many poor countries. So far, I've been soaring a little bit high in my appraisal of universities' role, so let's bring it back to the ground. The practical role of universities in the age of datafication is at its core carried through our educational mission. Data and AI are reshaping industries and the workplace, creating a growing demand for digital and data-related skills. Many argue that universities need to adapt their curricula to equip students for this data-driven world, strengthening partnership with industry and the public sector. Right now, there is a lot of debate about how universities should respond, for example, to the rise of large language models, such as ChatGPT. Students are already using and will continue to use any tool that helps them to work faster and more efficiently from their perspective. Here you can see some of the research that we carried this year about how students at University of Warsaw are using ChatGPT. As you can see, most of them are using it to understand difficult concepts and topics. So I would say epitome of datafication. We are really counting on it that we will be able to replicate this research because we are applying for a seed grant from 4U+ in next year. So remember about us. Some universities are trying to resist this inevitable change, restricting or even banning the use of LLMs. But most of us have already understood that the real task is to integrate LLMs for what they are, supportive technologies. the latest in the long line of datafication tools. This integration requires us to rethink traditional teaching methods, including how we assess students' learning. Maybe it's time to move away from certain types of exams, or perhaps bring back more some forms we've abandoned, like oral exams. Ultimately, our educational mission should aim to prepare students for the labor market, but not just that. We must also prepare them to live in a society deeply shaped by technology, where every aspect of life is mediated and datafied. That means that we need to teach more than digital skills. We need to build comprehensive data literacy, helping students understand the mechanism of datafication, along with its opportunities and challenges. In the end, the most vital skill we can impart is critical thinking. Let's encourage our students to use LMS critically, while questioning the interest behind their development and spread, and social, political, and particularly environmental consequences of their use. The second important role of universities in this age of datafication is applied research, when we use academic rigor and critical approach to help other social actors deal with the challenges of datafied economy. Let me give you an example from the project I'm currently leading. Horizon Inner, which focuses on boosting AI skills among workers in the retail sector across Europe. Using our academic skills and novel tools, for example, machine learning enhanced web scraping, we discovered that AI skills are barely on the radar of employers. In 5 countries, only 0.5% of job postings, and we've analyzed like hundreds of them and thousands of them, mention them. So the need for AI skills at the moment may be more hype than reality. Then we applied our critical lens to show that this discourse on the urgent need for AI skills can act as a form of structural violence. It places the burden of adapting to automation on individual workers, often deepening inequality. Workers' fears about losing their jobs to automation are being soothed with the message that it's their personal responsibility to upskill or else. And now we are using our academic expertise in teaching to create educational materials that truly address the needs of both workers and managers in retail. Our applied research doesn't just follow the popular narrative of techno-solutionism, it challenges it, showing how universities can play a vital role in debunking overhyped technological claims. The public role of the university in the age of datafication is more important than ever. As data shapes every part of society, universities need to engage with the wider public to stay relevant, responsible, and trustworthy. Big techs and governments are competing to control what is seen as legitimate knowledge. Universities still have traditional authority, but this alone is not enough. We need to show our relevance by learning new tools and being open about how we create knowledge. Our role isn't just to talk from an academic bubble. We need to engage with society and offer clear, well-researched insights of the ethical and practical impacts of datafication. And here also I'll put some examples from D-Lab. You can see we have a very active podcast activity. We cooperate with our university radio campus on this matter, and we have produced like 200 podcasts about different aspects of digital transformation, datafication, digitalization, taking care to speak in simple, clear, concise terms about what is important, very complex matters. The other picture is showing my young colleague from the lab, Christoph Giodi, who is talking to representative of Warsaw city authorities about the impact of Airbnb on human factor in Warsaw, particularly when it comes to to resources, material resources such as apartment in Warsaw, and I believe that this is a very important kind of public activity that we should engage in. Another key of this role is speaking up for those who don't have a voice. Data may be a new currency, but not everyone has access to it, and many are left invisible in a datafied world. We need to stand up for these marginalized groups, ensuring that they are part of public debates and policy decisions. Citizen science projects and public data initiatives are examples of how we connect academic research with real-life experiences, making knowledge more accessible and involving the public in creating it. In time of misinformation and conflicted truth claims, universities must act as guardians of expertise. We need to push for transparency in data usage and advocate for regulations that protect the public's interest, emphasizing ethical data practices across all sectors. And it's very important to emphasize that while serving the public interest here, we are also serving our own. As universities, we often don't have access to the vast amounts of data held by corporations. By getting involved in public data initiatives, we can collaborate, innovate, and stay relevant in a world increasingly dominated by private data monopolies. It's not just responsibility, it's necessity. Let me wrap up by briefly highlighting the major challenges universities face in fulfilling those four roles. One of the greatest challenges universities face in their academic role is the relentless drive to produce knowledge faster. The age of datafication brings a race for quick insights, instant results, and rapid publishing, often at the expense of depth and careful reflection. The demand for immediate knowledge production puts pressure on researchers to keep pace with the data-driven world, sometimes forcing them to compromise the quality and rigor of their work. And this is the great responsibility of the university leadership, to provide this space of slower time and resist the temptation to rush and ensure that the pursuit of knowledge maintains its integrity and remains a thoughtful, deliberate process. In their critical role, universities may struggle with the sense of marginalization. The sheer scale of datafication, corporate dominance, and the spread of technology can make it feel like challenging the status quo is futile. The effort to question and resist dominant narratives can seem like a losing battle when tech giants and data infrastructures hold so much power and monopolize access to data. For instance, it may feel as though Facebook knows society better than sociologists, simply because it has access to vast amounts of behavioral data that we can only imagine. Researchers have responsibility to remain persistent in asking uncomfortable questions. But not only that, we should strive for methodological innovation, aiming for including big data, digital data, into our methodological designs, perhaps learning how to collaborate with big techs without selling them our academic souls, and how to source other pockets of data, for example, using the potential of open data. The practical role of the university in the age of datafication, particularly through its educational mission, faces the risk of over-adjusting to the demands of labor market in the digital economy. While it's important to equip students with skills relevant to the workplace, there is a fine line between preparing them for the job market and becoming overly focused on immediate industry needs. Universities could inadvertently neglect broader intellectual development and critical thinking in favor of more technical, market-driven skills. The challenge here is to balance between vocational training and cultivating, and here I will use big words, well-rounded, reflective individuals capable of engaging with the complexities of datafication age. Finally, when it comes to the public roles, the greatest danger is mimicry. Universities are under pressure to be attractive, to sell their programs, and to gain popularity through marketing, social media, and public relations efforts. This emphasis on public image that I also gave voice here today by marketing deal up to you, can detract from their core mission of knowledge production and ethical stewardship of public good in this area. There is a danger that universities will prioritize what is appealing over what is meaningful, making decisions based on popularity or visibility rather than scholarly and societal value, balancing the need for visibility with the responsibility to maintain academic rigor and independence is and will remain ongoing challenge in the data-driven world. As you could see, my speech can't help being a love letter to university as an institution of knowledge. This is because I truly believe, and with emotion and enthusiasm, that universities have unique roles to fulfill in this technology-saturated, data-driven reality. They must not only survive, but also lead the way. By strengthening our commitment to knowledge, critical thinking, and public good, we can help society navigate this transformative era of datafication. Because, in the end, universities are epitome of datafication, understood as ability to turn data into something useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Renata.
Thank you.
I look in the program and there's written family picture. We would like before the lunch. We have to do the job. I would like to invite all of you in front of this building and we will take the family picture and then you can enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
The topic of the session is Digital for You Plus and Practice. We will first start, and maybe first I'll introduce myself. My name is Clementina Kielak. I'm from the University of Warsaw, and my connection to For You Plus is through the working group on mobility. I will have the pleasure of moderating the session for you. And we will take advantage of the fact that we are at the University of Warsaw. We are the hosts. So first we will talk about the Digital University of Warsaw. I would like to welcome to the stage the CIO of the University of Warsaw, Dr. Robert Dąbrowski, who will tell you about the digital aspects of the University of Warsaw before we move on to For You Plus context. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So first of all, welcome to Warsaw, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. And basically, I was encouraged to make it short, like 10 minutes, but no longer than 15, so I'll give it a try. So let me share my personal perspective on what Digital University of Warsaw is and how we've been building it for a couple of years now. So when I joined University of Warsaw, hello? Okay, so when I joined University of Warsaw, it was, I came here as a student of computer science at the Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics, and Mechanics of University of Warsaw. So basically, from my perspective then, the University of Warsaw was my faculty. So I was basically attending one building, the building of the faculty, and if somebody asked me about University of Warsaw, so I was saying my faculty is this and this. So my faculty was the whole university. And it was a very, like, let's say, tempting perspective, a very simple perspective. And it took me a while to realize that there are actually more faculties at the University of Warsaw. And basically that they are located in other buildings. And basically my home faculty, this one was no longer in the center, right? Now I had this picture that we are a group of faculties, so the reality became a bit more complex. And that at some point I was appointed this role, and we had to take a really close look at the University of Warsaw. And then the reality changed again. And at this moment, I noticed that we have a couple of hundreds of individual units, each of them different. We have a lot of institutes, a lot of faculties, a lot of centers, and they are located in very many buildings, and not only all over Warsaw, but also all over the country. So we are talking about hundreds of units located in hundreds of buildings. And the situation got even more complex because I noticed, actually after a couple of years, that in my home building, it was not only the Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics, and Mechanics, also the Faculty of Biology had a couple of rooms in this building. And of course, the biology had their own building. So the situation got even more complex. And how does this relate to building digital University of Warsaw? So we heard today the word data and the word information, and that we need to move from data to information to make the next step and build knowledge. So we need to organize data to make it information. So in my world, we use the word model. So we need to model data to become information. And when you try to model this simple reality of faculties and buildings, so we learn that, of course, we have, let's say, a register of buildings, we have a register of faculties, and the first approach is, okay, each faculty has its own building. It's very simple, it's very tempting. But what you realize almost immediately, that it's not true. So I realized that in my building of my faculty, there were more faculties. So the relation is not one building to one faculty, but many faculties in one building. And if you give it a little bit more thought, you immediately realize that this is also not true. But in fact, this is a many-to-many relation. So one faculty can be in many buildings, and in one building there can be many faculties. And as I teach computer science at the faculty, so what we teach students is that if you try to model this situation in relational databases, so you actually cannot model it directly like this, you need a third register, sort of a technical one, but please notice how the image keeps getting more complex, more complicated, because that's my point. And if you give it an even more thought, so you start noticing that you cannot really talk about faculties at the University of Warsaw, because we have like faculties or research centers, and we have libraries, and we have other units like chairs or laboratories, etc., etc., etc. So we have a whole hierarchy of different organizational units, faculties being only part of them, right? Each of those organizational units being a little bit different, and this diversity is what we want to have. That's what we, as universities, are. We are very diverse, and we don't want to uniform everyone. We want to keep this diversity. So we need to model this diversity in our digital world. And of course, in respect to buildings, it's not a simple picture as well. We have different types of buildings. We have astronomical observatory, and it's nothing similar to our Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics, and Mechanics. And for biology, we have a lot of biological laboratories which do not resemble computer science laboratories, which are simply classrooms with laptops, right? So we are very diverse in this aspect again. So simply, my point is, please note that from a very simple concept, which I had as a young student of computer science, that we have faculties and buildings, we end up in a much more complicated model to make this world representable in digital aspects. And it's not the end of the complication, because I made a simple effort before this presentation, and I tried to analyze which systems I've been using in September at the University of Warsaw, and this is my personal perspective. These are the systems, screenshots from the systems which I have actually used, and I counted 45 of them. So I have used, in September, preparing for the next academic year, 45 different systems. And of course, I didn't use all of them frequently with the same frequency, right? But even if I take the last week, so still I got 12 systems, computer systems, software solutions, which I used at the University of Warsaw to perform my tasks. And even if you take a close look at those sample of systems, so we have here a system which is developed internally at the University of Warsaw for the only purpose of the University of Warsaw. We have a system here which is developed also for the purpose of the University of Warsaw, but by a contracted team, a team who is not located here, but is contracted out. And again, we have one more different system, which is developed by a team located at the University of Warsaw, but it is developed as the product of the shelf for very many other universities in Poland, and this is the student management system, and more than half of the students in Poland are managed in this system. And again, we have a lot of different systems developed in a lot of different models, organizational models and contracting models. So the situation gets complicated again. And even if we take a closer look at the student portal, which is not such a sophisticated still solution for our alliance, a relatively simple solution. I could speak about different functionalities of this system. So it's not a simple system. This is actually a lot of different user scenarios packed into a single system. So those 45 systems which I showed you before are actually collection of other submodules or subsystems. We are starting with a very complex and very diverse reality that we live in. We go through complex and diverse models, which we need to harness the data, and we end up with a lot of software solutions, which perhaps simplify something, but bring on another level of complexity for our users, because they need to live in a life with those systems. And it's not the end of the complexity, because how is this all possible nowadays? Well, this all is possible because writing software nowadays is relatively easy. So it's relatively straightforward to create a lot of different data sets and a lot of different systems that operate on those data sets. And I showed you here today a couple of pictures, and this picture with 45 screenshots aligned on screen, I didn't align those pictures myself. I wrote a very simple computer program, which you can see here on my right, your left, and this simple computer programs aligns 9x5 picture of a catalog of 45 images. And then, when you saw this diagram with a model of this information, so again, I didn't draw it using a drawing tool. I simply created a simple text file, and the drawing has been compiled based on this text file. And to sum up, I wanted to leave you a way to connect to me, so I created a QR code with details of my personal details, my personal contact, and you didn't help me. Not yet? Okay, thank you. So here is the contact, here is the QR code, but what you can see is also the simple source code, which actually, when compiled, when run, interpreted actually, gives you this result. So nowadays, the complexity becomes even more obvious because we are writing a lot of code, and we even are teaching automata, like large language models, like ChatGPT or whatever other chat you take. We are teaching machines, in a way, to write software. So a this is actually the level of sophistication for a software that a reasonable large language model nowadays with high probability would write by itself. So let me wrap up so I can make it in this almost 10, but no more than 15 minutes. So building Digital University of Warsaw is actually handling complexity. It's handling complexity in the real life. It's handling complexity in the model, which is the way the real life needs to transform before it gets really implemented. It's complexity in the source code we create, because we create a lot of it, and it's the complexity of the systems which we deliver, because it gets more and more of them. And somehow there is no simple way yet to cut out those complexities, because there is a diversity which we want to preserve. We don't want to get rid of this diversity. So from my perspective, we will keep working on Digital University of Warsaw, building more tools, trying to simplify those tools, at the same time trying to preserve our diversity. So this is the process in which we are. And thank you for this opportunity to show this perspective for you. And see you here at the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we would like to ask our first speakers, the first flagship, to present itself. And we will surprise you, it's not going to be flagship 1. We're not going to go in order of flagships. It's going to be flagship number 3. And the reason is, please come, and maybe if all the speakers from flagship 3 could just join us on stage. The reason why we chose flagship 3 to go first is because, I mean, it's the most obvious one. It's digitization, modeling, and transformation. So they're the experts of theory, and now they'll show us the practice as well. I will give the floor to Angela Kweiser from the University of Heidelberg to chair this part of the session and to introduce her speakers.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us the stage to showcase some of our work in the flagship. So, flagship 3, the digital flagship, as was already mentioned, and of course it's difficult to choose from all the projects which all have digital components, which ones to showcase today. And sometimes, I mean, what do we do digital? Well, most of the digital things in our flagships are the methods, the methodology, which pops up in all of the different projects. So today, I'm Angela, I'm your host for this session. We will have 3 speakers presenting 3 projects that they chair, that they lead at our flagship. And we have our 2 flagship. Oh, sorry, is this better? Oh, I apologize. So a quick start over, we will present 3 flagship projects to you today, and we have our 2 flagship leads from the University of Copenhagen. This is Fabia Pasuki, and from the University of Heidelberg, Michael Winkler here speaking to you on site. We also have 1 speaker from Sorbonne University who will present online. And the 3 topics that we will present to you is first, a MOOC that we are creating, the Gen AI Literacy MOOC, which we will hear about first. Then we will present to you a project for bachelor students, and then we will go over to the Integrative Think Tank, which is a challenge workshop for master's and PhD students. So we're covering all the stages of, all the levels of education, and we're also covering 1 course that's actually available to everyone. With that, I will hand over to our online speaker, Xavier.
Hi, can you hear me, Angela?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you very much. Hi to everyone who's here today. I'm sorry I'm not here, but present this ongoing project. So as some of you may know, we have ago an online course named Thinking AI, which is about the ethical, the legal, or the sociological implications of AI. It's a course that worked quite well and that we are actually currently updating. But after the meetings that we had with the flagship, we also together had the idea to possibly propose something new jointly together, which would be a generative AI literacy course. We did that also with the colleagues from Copenhagen and Morton, especially, who did already also an online course that worked quite well. And so the idea was to provide students from the 4U Plus Alliance with a general understanding of technical aspects of ethical consideration, focusing on what is called today generative AI, and it's involving, for instance, large language models. The course is designed for mostly any student at our university. Could be undergraduate students, could be postgraduate students, but also professionals, because we can use this course as a brick in professional training. From students in backgrounds of science and engineering, but also social science, medicine, or any other type of field. Thank you. So the idea was to find skills from lecturers from our universities in order to introduce. Are we good? Okay. Find skills from our community to propose this content. And to divide the course in two types of lessons. Some are what we call core modules, so chapters, which will introduce core concepts such as LLM, transformers, attention mechanisms. Some that are thematic, related to education, related to the European regulations surrounding generative AI, or the use of generative AI in science more specifically. Of course, ethical aspects related to generative AI, and another type of lesson, which is a discussion, so a video discussion that you can listen to with some of the leading experts that we have on generative AI in our institutions. And so why did we choose this topic? It's a question of timing also. It's because, and why are we leading it from Sorbonne University? It's because this year at Sorbonne University, the center we are managing has been labeled by the French state as a center of excellence in AI, and the project that we are developing for the next 5 years is dedicated to generative AI from a multidisciplinary perspective. And so that's why we also chose this topic in discussion with the colleagues from Copenhagen and the colleagues that were involved in the former course as another brick that we can bring to the 4U Plus Alliance community. So here, for now at least, we are coordinating the production of the course, and we have already contributors from multiple universities from the Alliance. The idea is to make the team not too big so that it's manageable. And we are very lucky because through another project that we had in the past, we are partnering with a French online course company named Open Classrooms that has offered these services to help produce the course, which means helping us design the course, design the content, but also do the video production. They have very, very high-level infrastructures right across the river from Sorbonne University. And so they will help us as well do the video production, which is very, very helpful, and do also the translation in multiple languages so that the course is available to anyone and everyone. And the course will be free, of course, and all the content will be also available as a digital commons, so that anyone can access it. For now, we are thinking and developing the content. We aim to do the production in the spring, and after the production is done, to do a launch in the beginning of the summer or in July next year, if all goes well. And that's it. Thank you very, very much. And do not hesitate to send me a message if you have any question or if you want to ask me something about the course, or ask also Raki, who is here with you today.
Thank you, Xavier.
Yes, sorry, I wasn't hearing you.
All right, so we move to the second topic that we decided to present, the second project that we developed within Flagship 3. The title is displayed here, the Bachelor in Mathematics Student Tasks. It starts very well. It's a bachelor. We aim bachelor students. We will work in mathematics and connected topics. And now I'm going to describe what the project is all about. So the structure of the talk is a little bit similar to the one that Xavier did, and will be similar also to the one that Michael will give. So let me start by what are we doing? Each partner of the Alliance, the 4U+ Alliance, provides us with a mentor. That's the first thing you need, a mathematician or someone who wants to do a bit of math that will be part of the game. This mentor comes with a topic, for instance, statistical tests or AI or I don't know, maybe QR codes or any kind of topic that is connected with math and that you would like bachelor students to be aware of and to work on. So it's very open in the themes, but it has to be some mathematics. So we select a topic, the mentor comes with a topic and also comes with some students. The students are from his own university. So if the mentor comes from Prague, he will come also with he or she will come also with some students from Prague. And now these students, we will give them the option of choosing a topic among all the topics that are given. We have 8 universities in general. We have 6 or 7 that contribute to 1 year. So the students come, it's like a little bit of a forum, and they pick a topic out of the possible options. Then we split them all so that they are in blended teams. What we want is that they work together with students from other universities. So we have teams of students at the bachelor level that will work with a mentor. The students don't know each other from the start, and they will work online for about 9 weeks. We're a bit flexible depending on the various calendars that we have in the Alliance. So normally it's between 8 to 10, sometimes 11 weeks of work, but let's say it's about 9 weeks. They work online. At the end, they will all meet in the university, physically, in the University of the Mentor, and they will have a final seminar. During that final seminar, they explain what they've understood from the topic. They even explain maybe what they discovered, because sometimes the topics are chosen well so that they can do a little bit of research, even at the bachelor level, and they can produce something. Sometimes, for instance, just to give you an example, of course, you remember that at the bachelor level, the languages are different. So we try to also incorporate that in some of the topics. So sometimes one of the outcome is creating or updating a Wikipedia page. So let's imagine I give you a topic like statistical tests. So then in each of the language of the Alliance, you can try to develop or update the Wikipedia page of your own language. So as a student, you learn about the mathematics, but you will also provide something that is connected with your culture and share it with the other people from the group. So there's also a little bit of this dimension. So each university does the effort and sends a mentor and some students. And so why do we do that? Of course, it is difficult. It is clear that working together in the Alliance at the research level is something feasible. We have access to grants, we speak English in general, we work together on topics that we like. At the research level, it's something feasible that you can do overnight. At the PhD level, you start to hit rules. There are some rules for credits, etc., etc. At the master's level, you have other constraints that come in the game because the students are a bit younger. Try bachelor level. Number one problem, we don't have the common language in our bachelor, most of our bachelor educations. So we don't have a lot of offer at the bachelor level within the Alliance so far. So why are we doing this specific project? We use mathematics as a common language in a way Our students, they will work together, of course, mostly in English, but they will also have a little bit of input from their own language, and they will develop something to gain international experience. This is in demand. In our alliance, most of our students are at the bachelor level in numbers, but we don't offer them so much from the alliance for all these constraints. So it's in demand, they want international experience. We provide them with a little bit of international experience. Digital experience, they work online, and depending on the specific topic, they will also create digital code in particular, from time to time, not in all topics. Mathematical skills, that's of course number one for me. I'm a mathematician, I want my students to learn some math. And then greater awareness for the rest of the alliance. Of course, this is crucial because if we want the master's program, the PhD schools, everything that we offer within the alliance and that we will offer in the future within this alliance to be a success, we need students. These students, they don't come from the skies, they come from all our bachelor programs. So we need the bachelor students to know about the alliance and that some things are existing. So of course, the numbers, you will see a bit later, the numbers are not huge in this project, but students have a tendency to talk. So they will share the news, and in general, the feedback is very positive, which means, of course, and it is part of the success stories in this game, they will actually invest time after and maybe apply for grants, mini grants, because that has happened, etc., etc. Okay, so the main domain is education, and here I have a little diagram to try to help you, or to help me explain how it's done. So this was the 2024 edition of the project. 6 partners were in, so you have them displayed over there. They come with, so Milan, for instance, came with 7 students that year. Yeah? And after the repetition, Milan will work with 3 students. One will come from the blue, so it's a French. One will come from Prague, Czech, and one will come from Warsaw. So you see, you are a mentor, you come with some students, and then we'll spread them so that they are in mixed teams, multicolor teams over there. Yeah? As you can see, we are flexible. For instance, Geneva this year didn't have students. They were new in the game. They didn't have enough time to actually discuss with their students or to find students that would like to attend this activity. It's fine. They proposed a very interesting topic, actually, and they contributed as a mentor for a group of 5 students here. So this is the way we organize the work. Of course, as you can guess, there's a bit of coordination involved. I mean, you kind of need to recruit the students and then make sure that they're all happy with the topic they get, etc. But when this is done, then you run. All right, so what's the status? Well, it's been a success. It's 4 iterations of this project. It started in 2021. We were just exiting the second or third COVID wave, and we were online for most activities, and then we were able to actually organize the physical meeting, so it was really excellent at the end, because we had a week physical just after the difficult times. So that was the first time we did it. Then 2022, 2023, we were not funded, so we paused and rethought a little bit the concept. Then we applied for more funding that we got last year for 2024, and then 2025 will start next February. So the outcome, I mean, the students are very happy. This is the number one thing. They're very happy, which motivates us to continue, providing with the opportunity. Some students actually got a mini grant, and we didn't even mention the existence of the mini grants back then. Now we do, but back then, a BMST group of students, were fond of each other. They decided to stay friends, so they went back to their country, but then they kept in contact and they decided to apply on their own for another topic without consulting us, and they actually got the grant. So clap, clap, clap. That was very nice. And then there's also another point that I would like to raise here. Funding, of course, is key, but there are ways to help. Some students organize themselves as well, share departments for the final seminar to save on funding. So on their own, they said, well, you know what, instead of paying hotel nights, we want to have an extended period, a little bit longer, and be able to work a little bit more together and also enjoy being together and visiting maybe the city. And so they booked some, on their own, some shared apartments. So there are also, we have to be a bit creative, but there are also methods. Outlook, well, we're thinking about possible long-term integration. All students get credit, ECTS, for this activity, so it's something that we keep, yes, I know. And so this is a picture of some of the mentors from this edition, 2024. And I thank you for your attention.
Yeah, third project that we want to present, some of you already know this. It's been kind of a long-running project in our flagship, is the Integrative Think Tank, or for short, ITT. Somehow I can use that too. Which one? Okay, thanks. Yeah, Integrative Think Tank. Why is this in digital? Because you will see that most of what we are doing in the Integrative Think Tank, which is a transfer activity, actually draws from the fact that both mathematics and computer science are, of course, directly linked to the digital world. So what is the Integrative Think Tank, for those who do not know? It's a one-week activity. The coordination is with Heidelberg University. We invite 2 companies, that's the standard layout. We invite 2 companies and 30 to 40 students, postgraduate students, plus about 10, 15 lecturers and postdocs. And the idea is to meet with these companies and ask them about current research questions that they have in their R&D department. So this takes a bit of setup. So we are meeting with these companies like half a year before. We start discussing all the topics that they have. Then we try to find the lecturers or the professors who will join as facilitators this 1 week. And they have their special topics, and we try to match a bit the questions from the R&D departments with the experts that we have. We make a pre-selection, and then at day 1 and 2 of this 5 days endeavor, these 2 companies present what they are, well, working on. We have ad hoc inputs from the professors, from postgraduate students. We have talk groups and roundtables and whatever to really understand what's going on, what is the question. And then the rest of the week is used not to solve this question. We're not aiming at that, but to formulate these as research topics. So to come from an R&D question to a scientific question that is behind that. And this is what the students should do. And as I said, the team around that is mostly facilitators. We are there to answer questions. On Thursdays, the companies come back and answer questions. They also have usually a mail hotline or whatever where we can pose questions. And then on Friday, we do a presentation of about 10 groups who were working on, I don't know, 5 or 6 of these topics. Each group working on one of them. We try to assign multiple groups to the same topic so that we get different ideas and different solutions. And by the way, the students that we select, they're not mathematicians and computer scientists purely, but we have from environmental science, from politics, from law, from physics, from chemistry. So interdisciplinary teams that come up with interdisciplinary solutions or interdisciplinary research ideas. Okay, so this is the onset of ITT, and we don't think about that a lot, but of course all here is digital. Yeah, so I haven't seen one of these companies coming with something that I can solve on a piece of paper. Usually they come with large network problems, they come with image processing problems, they come with scheduling problems, they come with whatever, and all of that, of course, has to be digital. And one of the things that we are asking them is to provide us with digital data sets that the students can work on. So it goes without saying that this is really a digital endeavor. Why do we do that? Well, on the one hand, this joint problem definition leads to cooperative research projects. So what we want to foster is that the companies are turning to the university to actually work with us on these problems. Some of these problems are consulting. So some of the stuff we already, been there, seen that, got the t-shirt. There are publications that you can look at, and we would help you to implement this in your company. That's more of a consultant solution. Some of them is, we see a solution. It takes half a year. We can do that in a master's project. So we join together for a master's project and we solve that. Or, this is investigating. This is real research. This is science. It takes some time. It's an unsolved problem. We know of that. For example, last time we had a company who is doing image processing on images from car engines. These car engines are, of course, mainly from metal. So any CT solution or whatever has to do with scattering. It's really the pictures are blurred and whatever. But they want to have certain quality standards on, is there somewhere a cavity in our motor block? So we are producing these motor blocks, and sometimes there is a hole inside that you cannot see. So can we detect with certain accuracy that the maximum size of such cavities would be like in sub-millimeter dimensions, and that's only possible if you get rid of the scattering, and that's a current research project also for us. So then a PhD project could be defined, and between the company, the supervisors, and the future PhD student, we could try to tackle that. So the domains of that is not only education, but it's also, of course, innovation, it's technology transfer, and it's all in all a very nice setup. What is our status so far? So Heidelberg is in the lead. Well, Geneva, Copenhagen, and Milano were already joining with experts, with being on board. Geneva actually did the 2023 ITT on sustainability because we used high skills in Heidelberg to develop from what we have here a general blueprint of how to discuss with experts from somewhere, with knowledge seekers, how the university can provide knowledge to external partners, not only on the technical level, but maybe also discussing social topics or working together with NGOs on certain topics. And the onset is the same, so the idea of the day is the same, but topics are different. In 2025, we will organize another one in Heidelberg. Tentative topics come from medicine and chemistry. We're currently working with some companies, trying to find companies who will support us, and actually the companies from the first one, so one of them was SAP, the other one was Volume Graphics. SAP already raised their hand and said we will do that again. And for 2026, we are looking for, well, you see the pattern. So it's Heidelberg, somewhere else, Heidelberg, somewhere else. So we would try to look for a university to pick up the ball and do that at their place. Of course, Heidelberg would help, and also the University of Bath, who developed this complete outline, would help. And maybe next time around when we meet, your university logo is here and you did the next, or you set up for the ITT at 2026. So ITT is a core methodology. It goes to digital, but it's also for transfer in different ideas. So I'm here for the last, what time do I have? A minute for that? So that's the bigger picture that we try to come up with. These are the main projects that Flagship 3 is running. We have defined 6 projects in advance. Everybody knows that, key projects of Flagship 3. We have come up with some more. For example, the Fab Lab Hub is a project that we run together with Geneva, and we came up with a Marie Curie network. And you see here how this distributes between undergraduates, postgraduate staff, partners, society. All of that is education, and most of it covers postgraduate students. But we see also that on top of that, we try to go and target undergraduate students we try to go with external partners. And I think it's a nice spread between all of the fields that 4U Plus wants to address. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And maybe before you run off the stage, maybe there's someone with a question or a comment, so we can go directly to questions, comments, so that you don't forget. It's fresh off the top of your head. Is there something someone would like to ask the experts who've carried out quite a few successful projects by now? Please don't be shy. We have a question, and we even have a mic.
No, you need to speak to the mic.
Heidelberg, I paid her for that question. Okay, go ahead.
I hope it's worth the mic. I was just wondering, how do you choose the students? Do you have a call? Because I haven't, seen it.
Well, okay, so the first was a prototype, and we did a call, and we did a call mainly for Heidelberg in the usual channels of asking the master students, going through the graduate academy, etc., etc. And with the others, we just asked our colleagues. For the new ones, there will be a call, and I didn't say that clearly, but of course we want students from everywhere to attend. And of course we would also like, and I said that yesterday in the flagship meeting already, but it goes out to all the other flagships, at least one expert from each of the partners would be great to have. Someone who is dedicating 5 days from Monday to Friday, and that's the prerequisite that we need to join that. And mostly go through the flagship, but yes, we should do bigger calls that are maybe more visible. Thanks. If you are, well, some question comes up, you can always talk to the three of us or anyone from the flagship to get an answer on that.
Thank you very much to Flagship 3. And now I'd like to ask to the stage Flagship 1, and we will have 3 representatives, if I can ask all 3 of you to join us on stage already. First, we will have Antonella Delle Fave from the University of Milano, then Ludek Sikora from Charles University, and Julia Kirchgessner from Sorbonne University. So please take the floor. And Antonella, maybe.
Sorry, just one moment. Sorry. So what I will briefly mention in this short presentation is the activity we are developing in Flagship 1 for PhD students and colleagues who are interested in the topic of disability. We identified this topic in a Flagship 1 meeting in last year, actually, during the annual meeting in Milano, and we discussed it in more details when we met as Flagship 1 representatives in Prague in January. And the topic of disability came up as a crucial issue in all over Europe. And this gave rise to the idea of developing a workshop for PhD students, which will be held in 2 weeks in Milano, 7th and 8th of October. Therefore, I cannot provide you with any outcome, but with some wishes to the outcomes that we hope to achieve with this project. The title of the workshop is Multidisciplinary Perspectives on Disability Towards an Inclusive European Society. The content of this title already shows that the goal of this initiative is to bring together researchers and students from different disciplines trying to identify core issues revolving around disability from different perspectives, and of course across countries, because, for example, just to mention regulations and laws and access to care, there are differences in different countries in Europe. And these are the weaknesses, but also the strengths of our alliance. Nevertheless, what we share is the problem of disability, which is, as you can see, it involves 24% of the adult population in Europe, and 1/3 of this 24% is made of young people below 34. And thanks to the technical advancement in medicine, these young people will have in front of them a long life, facing a lot of challenges, not only related to care, but also related to inclusion in society. There is a lot of literature showing that people with disability face issues and limitations, starting from school dropout or even access to school, to unemployment, poor economic resources, barriers to social participation, and unequal access to care. Caregivers are prominently women, 85% still today, and they also face a strong caregiving burden which influences the rest of their life, like job possibilities, physical health, and so on. The issue is completely aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. So when we speak about health and well-being for all, we can include disability. But also when we speak about quality education, gender equality, decent work, all these goals, in a way or in the other way, bring the topic of disability within themselves. And so we thought it was important to start working on this topic. But we are talking about digital initiatives. And how is disability connected to digitalization? Well, without digital tools, so we could not have built a community of 14 colleagues, 14 researchers, and 14 PhD students willing to come to our workshop. We spread the news among colleagues from Flagship 1. We asked them to involve colleagues from their own universities, but we also launched a call for students to participate in the initiative. And before the meeting, already 3 months ago, we decided to collect relevant papers by each researcher in a Dropbox folder in order for people to know each other in advance, with the possibility to read their work, to know better what they're doing, and not to come to an only 2-day initiative starting from the scratch without knowing each other, at least in scientific terms. For the same reasons, we invited students to upload their PhD projects, as well as a motivation letter explaining what was the reason for them to join this initiative. And I must say, the feedback was really nice. Everybody is participating actively to this initiative. And we started knowing each other also by means of 2 virtual meetings that we scheduled at the beginning of this connection in late May, beginning of June. So each of us knows each other. We are exchanging emails and questions and so on. And so I am really hopeful that this initiative will bring fruits. But again, this would not have been possible without digital tools. And of course, this also means that people could be curious and try to look and search for other literature available on the same topic they are working in. And this can be done through digital archives. Of course, now we have access to databases from any kind of discipline in each of our university, rather than using the old paper archives with card records that we used as students, actually, and young researchers, because I'm not young anymore. And this, of course, facilitates amazingly also the building of the, let's say, structure of the meeting and of the goals we want to attain. Finally, the goal of this initiative will be joining both education and research. First of all, I would like to say that among the PhD students, we have one PhD student who is working with a co-tutoring program between Sorbonne University and Milan University. And this is another achievement. We are together, but we also have, we bring forward this alliance, bilateral programs and so on, which is another strength of our alliance. And what we look forward in these 2 days is to, by building small groups of interest around selected topics within the big topic of disability, to develop research groups, possibly multidisciplinary, and surely involving different members of the alliance with their different students, and encourage them, starting maybe from participating to seed calls, or to exchanging visiting professorships for the next year, 2025. And we also asked the Grant Support Office of 4U+ to help us identify possibilities for application to calls for bigger projects. Probably we will not be ready at the end of these 2 days to develop a full-fledged project to be submitted to an international agency. But this will be the seed and the starting point for developing common research goals. And on the other side, we have also the opportunity to discuss the possibility to design summer schools or micro-credentials or different educational initiatives around the topic, as I said before, like disability, which is a relevant issue for all disciplines and for all our countries as Europeans. Thank you.
So thank you, Antonella. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers of this session. Usually we challenge our students in our teaching, and they challenged us. Think about the use of digital technologies in our teaching and research. So I love it, and I think it was a real challenge because I several times changed the way how I wanted to do it. I'll speak about the Urban Health Case Challenge. This was one of the highlights of Flagship 1, Urban Health and Demographic Change. So this is about the Urban Health Case Challenge. And, the title is Life in an App. Why? How I arrived into it. Originally, I thought that we will speak here, most of us, about the use of digital technologies in our teaching. And I thought we might speak also about how students use digital technologies in submitting their work. But I tried to do something else. Probably I forgot to say that in the Urban Health Case Challenge, all the original 6 universities were presented. We also had a guest, Trondheim, Uppsala, Mannheim. So it spread it across, all the alliance. So before I get to, the issue which finally I've taken, a little bit introduction. What is the Case Challenge for those of you who don't know? In the Case Challenge, students develop a solution to a real issue in the world. They get a case challenge from an outside provider. And actually, Vasiliki, this is where we start with your ABCD from the end, with the end product. So we learned something also from this methodology, which was done within the 4EU+ or developed further. And 10 students in a pitch session they present their solution. They have 5 minutes. 5 minutes in front of jury, and then 5 minutes for question and answers. And doing this, we just want to strengthen their competencies in problem solving, to use practical, theoretical, innovative, and interdisciplinary thinking, and of course to enhance their presentation and communication skills. And here we come to the core, because I've been with these challenges for 3 years, from 2020. Actually, in 2020, I was asked by Milena Kraličková, the current rector of the Charles University, to become, the coordinator on behalf of the Charles University, together with Julia Hubeňáková, whom you might know, and thanks, Julie, for support of that. And until now, we've got, 3 editions in 2020, 2021, 2023, and there were 3 coordinators, Björk Elvekier from the Copenhagen, Christiane Schwieren from Heidelberg, and Grzegorz Kula organized the last year meeting here. And he also involved some Ukrainian students in it to be involved. And I asked all these 3 of my colleagues a little question. Could you send me back the presentation of these students? I want to look on how they use the digital technologies. Because I observed that, especially in the past years, many of them propose solutions in a mobile app, like living in an app. And I was astonished, that, they live in this way. So how they use it? And I've got, the quite excellent background information from Björk, from Copenhagen. Unfortunately, Christiana didn't store it, so we don't have it. But I've got it from Grzegorz, and Grzegorz also did his own overview and wrote me an, the assessment of the use of digital technologies. So I will come to this after 2 slides explaining actually what we do. And then there'll be a little voting for you. This is the example of the case question. Usually it is about designing an intervention. Intervention which has been focused in 2020 on the implications of COVID-19, in 2021 on the mental health, in 2023 on obesity, usually related to disadvantaged groups and disadvantaged neighborhoods in the city. So this is what the students should do, provide intervention or suggestion of the intervention. First they've got a 4 weeks training. There are 4 online lectures, usually on specific thematic foci within, these fields. Then there was a final event, 4 days. On the first day, the case question is released. And in a group, students work on the case question together. I think this week they get also specific training on pitching, how to present, what to do, what to point out, and so on. And then on the final day, they present it. There's the pitching in front of the jury. And then the jury makes assessment. Jury has a scoring cards, and we use the same scoring cards across the 3 years. And in these scoring cards, they assess the innovation, feasibility, way of pitching, and also, capability to provide feedback on questions from the jury. There is no positive or negative bias concerning the using of the digital technologies. And now, little voting for you. We'll not focus on all, the cases or the proposals, only on the winning one. And we have a 3 winning for, the 2020 and 3 winning for 2023. And my question is, will the solutions which use digital solution prevail? Or will, among the 6 winning, prevail those which didn't use the digital solutions? Or was it even, 3-3? Shall we use, the Slido or digital technology for voting? No, we are not ready for it. So can we use the analogical voting? So who is for those who thinks that the majority was those winning projects which use digital technologies? Hands up. Not many, not many. So you think that digital technologies are not used so much by the students or proposed. So who is thinking that the winning, at least 4 out of these 6, were those which didn't use digital technologies? Hands up. We are so shy. Oh, that's only 2, and previously it was 4. So who thinks it was even? 3-3. Hands up. 1, 2. Oh, not much. What about your rest? You don't know? So are you curious, actually, what is the outcome? Oh, let's see it. So this is Urban Healthcare Challenge 2020. We've got 14 presentations. It's a 14 5-member teams. That's 70 students. That's quite an amount also of work for the jury. And out of these, 7 of them haven't used any digital element in their proposal. 4 of them, they use very strongly digital, and 2 of them partly. And here are the winners. The 3 winners, all of them use digital element. So 3-0 for digital ones. That's the first round. So last year in Warsaw, 2023, we've got less. I think it was 11 or 12, something like that. And majority of them, which is 5, they used it purely digital solutions. And all of them apps, applications in a mobile. 1 used digital solution as a side product, and 3 without digital solutions. So whom you think were the 3 among the winners? Those who didn't use the digital solution. So 3-3, so it's equal. And from the Bjerg, I've got a comment on it, which was marvelous. So I use it here. She wrote, during my time, we experienced too many teams opting for a solution based on a digital application that was quite often not very sustainable. Upfront, we advise students to consider the diversity of means and ways to go about challenges beyond strictly digital-based ones. Of course, the COVID-19 situation, face-to-face restrictions, limited that. Cautious and arguments may have changed since then due to AI and general increase of digitalization. So that's a challenge for us. This is Light Slide. And this is, one of the solutions which students proposed. I was always amazed because I think many of students are ahead of us. Some of them are lagging behind, but there's a huge diversity among us as educators as well as among students. And this is one of the major challenges, how to bring it together. Thank you for attention.
So, dear colleagues, so I'm going to present you a short overview on the Determinant project, whose aim is to develop a pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacovigilance educational program within the 4-Year+ Alliance. So first, a short, brief introduction on what is pharmacoepidemiology. So this is basically the study of the use and the effect of any drugs. And it relies mostly on real-world data, which is simply defined as any data routinely collected outside a clinical trial. And you can define real-world data based on how the data is collected, and you have 2 main types. First, the primary research data, which is data collected primarily for research, such as registries, and you have secondary data that are collected not for research, but for other purposes. And in fact, it accounts for the vast majority of data that is used in medical research. And you can differentiate this secondary data based on why they are collected, and we are collecting data for healthcare purposes in clinical practice, such as electronic health records. We are collecting data for academic purposes, which is called claims data or administrative health databases, and we are also collecting directly data from the patients. For example, wearable devices, glucose monitoring systems in diabetes patients, for example. So these are many different ways, and you have also many other data sources that are available for pharmacoepidemiology. And if you look to the teaching of this topic in Europe, each university has the knowledge on the real-world data source local environment, because we have many amazing real-world data source in all European countries, but before this project, there was no common educational initiative. While we know that combining these data sources in one integrated educational program will allow students to gain knowledge, of course, by comparing the characteristics of each database, but also dramatically increase the scientific quality of research projects. And this potential has been very recently highlighted, as I've been awarded by an ERC starting grant this year for a project that is actually combining many various real-world data sources together. So the Determinant project was first based on the 4-Year+ pharmacoepi project, which started in 2021 with the first grant of 4-Year+, whose aim was to develop the knowledge on the methods in pharmacoepidemiology, but also to provide to the students a critical understanding of how to use these databases, which are really complex because they are not first collected for research, and also to provide to the students some skills in protocol writing for research projects. And so the target population was students who would like to start a research career track. So we would like to have a research-based education to really foster the collaborative approach, because as a researcher, this is something mandatory to have this collaborative approach at the beginning, but also to foster the critical thinking of the students, and also to have an active learning process. So the course was built in 9 weeks. It was a blended course, and first we provided an online course of 40 hours, so 2 weeks, with lectures, and the students had also a forum in which they could ask questions to the academics. And then we splitted the groups. We had between 20 to 30 students per year. We splitted the group into 4 to 5 group of students that were balanced according to their previous knowledge on the topic, but also according to the university. And they were asked to write a research protocol on a pharmacoepidemiological study that should combine databases from all the various countries. And so they had 6 weeks to do this task, and then they had a short-term mobility of 3 days, during which they will present their research protocol. And we had this nice discussion with all the students, because they had to challenge the work of the other groups during this session. And so we had so far 3 sessions since 2021 with overall 75 students, many applications, and we had students from all 4 EU+ universities. And at the end, 90% of the students recommended the course. We had a various profile regarding the degree, 60% of PhD candidates, but then 40% is a typo of candidates of Master of Science. And we had already people who moved from one university at which they performed their Master of Science to another university where they performed their PhD. We had a student who was in Milan and then moved to Copenhagen, for example. And regarding the field of study, 1/3 of the students are coming from medical science, 1/3 from pharmaceutical science, and the other third from data science and public health. So we see that it's a nice mix of students with different knowledge at the beginning of the course. And so based on this success, we developed a new project trying to sustain and extend the program, which was granted by a seed grant, which included now 5 universities of the Alliance: Sorbonne University, University of Copenhagen, Milan, Charles University, and Heidelberg. We have initiated the discussion to include also University of Warsaw and the University of Geneva. And this is structured in 4 work packages, because the final aim will be to try to have a master joint degree of pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacovigilance within the 4 EU+ Alliance. So the first step, of course, is trying to assess what are the available courses for now in the topic of interest in each university of the 4 EU+ Alliance. And then we would like to develop the collaboration with associated partners within the Alliance, because there are pharmaceutical companies which are involved, notably Sanofi and Novo Nordisk. And of course, these companies have specific needs regarding lifelong learning models. And this is something that I would like to develop within the master degree to be able to have some specific module that could be dedicated to employees from the pharmaceutical companies, but also from regulatory agencies, to have this lifelong knowledge process. Then we will build the framework for the joint master degree, including all universities of the Alliance, and finally apply first to the Erasmus Mundus design measures and then to a joint master call. For now, we have started to work on the 3 first work packages. The grant from SEED should have found a half-time position of project coordinator, which will help, of course, to ease the process for all these work packages. For now, we were not able to hire the person, because it's always very challenging to find someone who can work only on a half-time position for 1 year. But hopefully, now we can apply for a full-time position with half of his job will be dedicated to the determinant project. So we are really confident to have very soon someone who will work on this project. So in conclusion, there is an unmet need in European teaching with direct implication for research, as I've shown. This project really tried to leverage what is already performed in each university, so really try to leverage the local resource and not to try to do something completely new, because we know that we have already the expertise and we're already performing a lot of great things in each university. And what if I would highlight one challenge, it's always very difficult to find part-time human resources for such project, while we know that this is really important to have people who will help to coordinate the project. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Flagship 1. Do we have any questions for Flagship 1? I don't see any hands up, but we can now do a 10-minute break, so you can grab a coffee before the next two flagships, but really let's keep it to 10 minutes. So at 3:22, if you could be back, and you can have your coffee back with you. We still have two flagships eager to present. Okay, thank you very much for coming back. We will now move to Flagship 2. We will use digital technology again. We will have 3 on-site speakers and 1 speaker online. Okay, so we will now go to Flagship 2, Europeanism, Multilingualism, Pluralities and Citizenship. I will give the floor to Kamila Miłkowska-Samuel, who will then share the floor with her colleagues.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome back after the break. Let me start by introducing my colleagues. We'll have online, we'll have Professor Elena Landone from the University of Milan. With me on stage, we have Vahram Atayan from Heidelberg University and Morten Rasmussen from the University of Copenhagen. We are here today to show you how digital tools can be useful for humanities and social sciences. But before we get into that, I would like to put it in the context a little bit and tell you a few words about Flagship 2 that we are representing. As Clementina said before, the main theme of our flagship is Europeanness, and it's a theme, a topic, explored from various perspectives, from perspectives of different academic disciplines. Flagship 2 brings together scholars, researchers from law, history, linguistics, cultural studies, literature studies, political science, and more. Our interest focuses on the 3 words that you see on the slide: multilingualism, pluralities, citizenship. And these words serve also as titles of our 3 educational pathways, led by multilingualism by Vahram Atayan, pluralities by Agata Bareja-Starzyńska, and citizenship by Angela Lupone. As we heard earlier during the plenary lecture, the digital tools, the new technologies, the digital in general, is an opportunity, but also the process of datafication, digitalization, and so on, may pose some risks, threats, or at least challenges. That's important to remember that we use these digital tools, and we have to learn how to use them. So the aspects such as critical thinking that were mentioned before are crucial. However, I would like to be a little bit more optimistic here, and in our presentation today, we would like to show you how these digital tools can be used for the benefit of humanities and social sciences, for what we do in Flagship 2, and especially in 3 aspects, in 3 fields of our activities. teaching, research, and outreach to society. And now for further details on how to use digital tools in teaching, I will hand over to Elena Landone from the University of Milan, who will talk about the project Video Shadowing. Elena, we can't hear you. Just a second. Oh, no. Elena, could you unmute yourself? Oh, yeah. Now it's great. Okay, so the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Camila, and good afternoon. I will present video shadowing, which is a digital-based methodology for foreign language and culture learning, and is a sort of collaboration based on digital ethnography. It was funded as Innovative Didactics with the very first Preview Plus call in 2020, and it's still going on. Partners are, as you see in the slide, handover and so on. And of course, we look forward to collaborate with those of you who might be interested in this methodology. Research has been carried on during the 4 editions so far, and a few scientific articles are already available, so please contact me if you are interested in receiving them. So, well, let's see how it works with a short video.
Durante l'incontro ho sentito che hai usato la parola Befana e non so che cos'è, puoi spiegarmi?
Allora, la Befana è una figura, diciamo, un po' mitologica, leggendaria, legata alle feste di Natale.
Well, this is an example. I will explain it. We have 2 different sections. In the first one, you see we have 2 partners. In this case is a Polish student studying Italian as a foreign language. And she's partnered with a mother tongue partner in Italy. The Italian partner in the first half of the video is sharing a real life moment of her daily routine through a mobile video connection. And in that case, she was having lunch with her family and ending with preparing a coffee. The event is absolutely natural, and the partners agree in advance where connection can take place. The Polish girl in the first half is observing the event as a shadow without any interaction or recording. But she's taking notes on a learning diary on what she thinks is unknown, surprising, interesting for her, but on a linguistic and a cultural level. Later, and this is what you see now, the second part, later the girls meet again, the students meet again in a video conference, which now is an interactive post-event reflection. So they share the diary notes, and the Italian girl explains cultural and linguistics issues relying on her mother tongue competence. Well, as you can see here, technology is quite basic. A mobile tablet or video connection is enough, but it enables a powerful methodology because it facilitates a sort of immersion at home. For this reason, I said it's a telecollaboration based on digital ethnography. The student can access a natural communicative context with no limits in terms, well, almost no limits in terms of where and when. And the student can get in contact with a kind of input that usually cannot find in classroom books or other online resources. So that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Elena. And if you could stay with us also for the possible questions at the end of our session. Moving on to research.
Matt. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to talk broadly about the research we're conducting in the framework of Flagship 2. As Camilla said, we have a huge diversity of subjects, disciplines, etc., so of course we cannot discuss everything. And I would like to concentrate on an interface between linguistic research, research in social and humanities, and big data or big corpora, because it's also one of the most important and new development in our research. So, if we're thinking a little bit about the current situation from the point of view of linguists, when you have to consider two things. We have now a situation of accessibility and constant creation of a huge amount of data. It's a completely new situation for us. The second point, we have now large language models, artificial intelligence, and machine translation systems which are extremely performant, also in tasks which were linguist tasks. For example, syntactical analysis of a sentence is now done in very many languages in a perfect way without participation of a linguist, because the systems are outperforming humans. Yeah? So it's interesting to think about what can we do still that computers cannot for the moment in the research? And the answer is simple in a way: we can understand. We can understand the language, and we can think about, we can create new categories of an abstract level, yeah, something like pragmatic categories, categories of communication, things like identity, emotion, argumentation, moralization, etc., etc. The second point, what can they do in the research with computers, with the help of these digital tools? And here is more or less our methodological paradigm in our research in the Flagship 2. It's kind of pipeline where we try to use the strength from both sides. The human capacity to understand and create categories, and the computer capacity to analyze huge amounts of data and learn from that data, also learn to analyze new categories. Yeah? So our pipeline is simple in a way. We are trying to create good, selected, specialized corpora for specific domains. When we try to annotate manually this corpora by some categories we can handle better than computers for the moment, as I said, categories of some level of abstraction. We try to conduct statistical analysis, visualization, also to check these categories and get some research results right away, but also to use this analysis and these annotations for machine learning. Yeah? And by that, we're trying to scale scientific resources, in the same time teach computers to assist in our research, also in the domains which were not accessible until now. So our general idea, our general goal in this research is actually to understand different patterns of high-level pragmatic phenomena like identity, emotion, argumentation, moralization, etc., in different European languages, and also in different European cultures, because it's not only linguistic categories, it's of course categories of culture too. And these are also categories which are interesting for other social and sciences and humanity. But I cannot discuss all projects we're conducting right now. It's an important amount. I would concentrate on a series of PhD and master workshops and on a PhD school, Europe as a discourse community, which came out of a cooperation between our universities. It was Heidelberg, Prague, Milan, and Warsaw at the beginning, with other partners always in dialogue. And we got also funding from Franco-German University for this PhD school starting right now in next month. And I would like to discuss only one important phenomenon we analyzing in this, as an aspect of our research. It is moralization. What's moralization for us? It is a specific category. Moralization is a particular kind of argumentation where we are using kind of absolute values like freedom, like fairness, like on the negative side something like harm or cheating, etc., etc. They have the particularity that they can, in a way, kill the argumentation. If you are invoking freedom, when you are done, you cannot argument against freedom. You can maybe say, okay, but in certain contexts the security is more important, so we have to limit freedom itself, but we cannot attack freedom in our societies, at least directly. So these moralizing arguments, normally related to specific demands, for example, in political, but not only in political context, are very important in social discourses in our country. Yeah? And we are trying to analyze these discourses and these kinds of argumentation in very different genres. I have here an example from English-speaking example from English, from British Parliament, from political context, where we're trying to put important annotations in the context. So we're annotating, of course, something like the kind of moralization. Is the evocation of this moral value explicit or implicit in the context? So it is harm, the word disastrous is something which is explicitly moralizing. Yeah? But besides that, they're adding some other information. What kind of moral value has been used in the argumentation? Which is the scenario of argumentation? Is the demand revolved to our own group, to our party, to our parliament, to our nation, or to other entities? Is the demand explicit itself or implicit, etc., etc.? These annotations have been done in a joint seminar we organized with Heidelberg and Warsaw, where we used different genres to learn this annotation methodology and then to conduct the annotation with master and PhD students together. Okay, what do we do with that? Two simple things I would show right now. It's just checking for some interesting correlation in the data. Yeah, so we can see right away there is a tendency to explicitly moralize, so to mention explicitly the moralizing values like freedom, etc., if we're speaking to our own group. I cannot explain right away why. It's maybe a sociological phenomenon, etc., but we found out in very different genres that in the situation we're speaking to our group, to our party, to our colleagues, etc., we're speaking more explicitly about this moral value. Or another interesting thing about explicitness of a demand we're relating to this moral valuation, so to do something or not to do something. Interestingly, the explicit demands are strongly related to the positive values. You can see it on the, the explicit demands are strongly related to positive values. You see that on the right side, the fairness, liberty, care, etc., related to explicit demands. On the other side, as soon as we evoking negative moral values like cheating or harm, the demand remains implicit, probably because we sense kind of obligation to do something against the negative situation anyway. Yeah? So on the linguistic and argumentation theory level of analysis, it's really interesting to use these tools to understand the constitution of text in interesting social discourses in our countries. Okay, but what's the next step? The next step, two things we are trying to do with the data we were collecting, we still continue to collect. One thing is use this data as golden standard actually to train machine learning systems. A colleague of mine in Heidelberg is doing this right now, and in collaboration with different colleagues. So to teach computers to analyze moralization situation in the text. Yeah? And the other part we're hoping to conduct in the framework of our PhD school is integrating not only linguistic and argumentation theory values in our annotation, but also some categories from political sciences, history, law, etc., etc. So we're trying to find now doctoral students who would conduct interdisciplinary research, combining annotation from linguistic side and side of social sciences and other humanities. So to have a real interdisciplinarity using big data and machine learning processes. Yeah, that's the aim of this project and many other projects we're trying to conduct in our flagship. So, thank you very much. And now, Martin, please, you have the floor.
So, let me see if this works. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to present the new Flagship 2 Outreach, Global Outreach Program, which is entitled Meta United Nations, or in short, Meta UN. Of course, it's part of the global outreach projects that the Alliance have been launching. There are 4 projects, and one of them is Meta UN, and it's basically it's a Flagship's 2 effort to engage our researchers within the social science, humanities, and law with an outreach project. And of course, we speculated how can we do this in a sensible way, and I think we are not climate scientists that can offer policy advice on a key policy issue in the UN agenda. Of course, sometimes we may be able to advise on policies as well, but the idea here is really what the word meta means. It is to actually take the United Nations itself as object of study and study it based on this broad interdisciplinary approach that Flagship 2 can deliver. And therefore, basically, we have 3 themes we like to cover, which is the history and heritage of the United Nations, back to the League of Nations in the interwar period, challenges of global governance, and then, of course, also the question of international law. So at the core of this outreach project is really this idea that has been launched by University of Geneva, and which is also the core of the 3 other global outreach projects. It's this attempt to create an interface between science and policy in the UN. So we are planning, we have put together a steering group with members from all 8 universities, and we are currently planning a launch conference of this Meta UN project in Geneva on the 6th and 7th February, where we will both bring researchers in from all 8 universities to meet and engage, but also invite staff of the UN to participate in this meeting. And I would like to thank both University of Copenhagen, who has been instrumental in kind of launching this together with Flagship 2, but also University of Geneva for a great help for facilitating this idea and bringing it into life, in particular Olivier, but also others from Geneva. So, let me give you an example of the type of digital research that can happen in a field such as studies of the UN or research on international organizations. I think digital tools there are making quick progress, and I would like to give one example of this, of one of our Alliance researchers, who's also going to be a co-leader of Meta UN, and that is a young historian from my own department in Copenhagen, Håkon Ikonomu, who have developed this great project called Visualizing the League of Nations. Of course, the League of Nations is taking place in the interwar period. It's the predecessor of the United Nations. And as a historian, I'm a close colleague with Håkon, archives of international organizations typically do not have personnel files. Personnel files have an 80-year restriction, and therefore, if you study the EU, as I've done in my own research, you know, any kind of information of who were actually doing things, or the dossiers on their work, or who they were, that really is off limits. Archives would typically say it's not been submitted, it's probably still in the institutions. However, sometimes international organization dies. And not very often, though. Mostly they live on somehow. But the League of Nations have really died. And that means you have a finite archive. And thanks to the investment of an unnamed Swiss fund, what has happened is a very unique project where the archive of the UN has digitalized in super high quality the entire text corpus of the League of Nations. So a very unique project. And in that text corpus, you also have, crucially here, personnel files. And so, basically what Håkon had done is to create this visualizing the League of Nations Secretariat. The Secretariat, which just like the General Secretariat of the UN, which were very much at the center of the League. And it's a digital research tool whereby it's possible to identify every single person who worked for the League of Nations from 1919 to 1948. This tool was built together with students who not only learned about digital history as part of their classes, and Håkon did it through teaching 2 separate classes over a year and a half, but the students were also getting their hands into the project. They curated the data, they ensured the reliability of the data involved, and as listed on the slides, this involved several independent steps, namely securing the reliability and quality of the prosopographical data, which is basically data about biographies, careers, date of birth, educations, etc. And also ensuring the reliability and quality of the digital research tool, which of course is crucial, and finally designing a user-friendly interface. So I think this research tool, and I will demonstrate it now with a very short movie, but it really offers now a unique starting point for anybody interested in the League of Nations, and it's also a tool that the archive and library of the UN have really taken to heart, right, as a kind of a particular interesting way of using the digital archive, and also as a very nice access point of students and researchers alike to the history of the League of Nations. So, I don't know how to turn this on. You know, maybe. Thank you. So basically, you can see here, you have different parameters that you can explore. One is chronological period. So you can basically take a slide of the chronological period you're interested in. Then you can use different categories: nationality, entity, positions, etc. And you can basically go to different types of jobs. You can take typists, for example, or you can select different nationalities. Håkon here is selecting the Scandinavians, the Danes, the Swedes, and the Norwegians. You can select gender. And in the end, you can create your own little sample of the Secretariat. So you can basically, let's say, select a section like the legal section. You can select gender. You can select particular types of jobs. And you can see, in the end, you can get a selection of every single person who worked with this function or this sub-selection of the Secretariat. So a super interesting access point to, let's say, a history of the interwar period that is not necessarily so easily accessible. So let me move on to the next slide. Here you have the link. If you're interested to play around with this, it's actually a lot of fun if you just have a little bit of historical interest. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Flagship 2. And do we have any questions from the audience at this point? Okay, I do not see any questions, so thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. And now we will move to Flagship number 4. And please bear with us because it will take a second, as we now will have 2 presenters who will both be presenting online. We will first move to Milano.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you can share your screen.
Okay. Sure.
So we will start with Carlo Pozzi from Milano.
So I hope you can see my screen. And already in that one screen, you can see quite a bit of information. So you see the title of the project we have been working on, which is CRISPR, and that's the undertitle I cannot hear you. You cannot see my screen, but you could see it before. Okay, excellent. All right. Yeah, so you can see already a bit of information in these. The title of the project we have been working on, which is CRISPRess, and the undertitle is a virtual lab, so that already tells you that we are in the domain of biology, biological sciences. That was a project which was developed by 3 of the universities participating to flagship 4, the University of Milan, Charles University, and Copenhagen University. Okay, now. All right, so here is the team. The team was actually quite numerous in terms of trainers of these projects. So we have people from the University of Milan. So we have people from the University of Copenhagen and people from the Charles University here. So the what is that about? That was an intensive course on CRISPR technology that occurred in 2 editions. What is CRISPR? For those of you who are not familiar with the biological terms, that's a gene editing technology. It's a technology which has been discovered to be able to modify in a very precise way the DNA. So it is still quite top-notch technology. Now it's about 10 years old. The aim was to produce a workshop for about 30 master students coming from the 3 participating universities. In the beginning, we thought about producing these as an intensive lab experience in Milano, but the whole thing started when the pandemic was occurring, so we had to move all the activities online, and that occurred in 2022. So we took that as a challenge and as an opportunity. So we said, okay, how can we provide the students participating even online to this workshop with the same sort of feeling that they might get in an actual lab? So we produce immersive and interactive videos. We will see in a second what that means. We also included in this experience the evaluation part, so that the students could undergo 2 quizzes during the experience, and the scoring that they were producing that was recorded in the grade history of the project, and that was used for the final evaluation. So the video experience was enhanced by using 360 degrees shootings. We will see what that means. And basically, the user can navigate through the experience pretty much as they would do if they navigate into a Google museum, as you might have experienced. So that's done by fully interactive digital virtual labs. The whole thing was interconnected into Moodle so that the lectures were interconnected and, as I said, the evaluation procedure. So the entire experience took place in 2022 as an online 1-week intensive workshop. In 2023, as you can see in this flyer here, the experience was repeated. That time we could do it also in presence, actually at the Milano University, but we used also the material that we did produce in 2022 for the virtual experience. And then eventually the students participated in a final event that took place in Milano, in presence, where they prepared the final report. So now let's have a look into some more details here. What you see on the right side of this the screen is the storyboard. So when you do prepare such a thing, you have to prepare a storyboard where you actually divide it in scenes. As you see, laboratory 1, and scenes 1 to 5, and so on and so forth. Each of those scenes and laboratories translated into Moodle packages that were used by the student. What you see actually here is not what the students see. That's because I was entering as a owner of the experience. The students see something slightly different, but of course, what you see here is that also there is the grading method, which is reported, and the grade reported for the student who is taking the course. Now, these all things took place just because we had a video master. This person was trained on purpose for this specific activity, and this is how it looks like, the storyboard of one of those laboratories. So it has to be detailed. That's only one little part of the storyboard, so that eventually when there were shootings in the lab, everybody knew what they were doing and where the camera had to be placed and so on. So what you see here is the 360 camera. It's a GoPro 360, which takes pictures spherically. And this was bought on purpose for the occasion. What you see here is a little animation of how it looks like to move around in the lab. You could actually walk in some of the environments that we used. And you could, of course, also interact with some parts of it. So, for example, if you click on a part, you will see another animation. Okay, so of course you could see the entire experience showing the material to be used, how to actually do the experiments, and it was completely interactive. So again, going back to another video screenshot, there is another researcher here, Professor Brambilla, and if you click on some parts of it, you can, for example, get to another video that shows up, allows you to see another part of the experience. Some quizzes can be embedded in those videos so that eventually the student will collect, as you see in the top right part of the slide, some scores, and they will have to go through the entire experience collecting answers and correct answers. You could also interact by asking questions, for example. So here you might be watching a new movie, or if you click again on one of the compounds, you can see what is the compound, and you get access to, for example, a Wikipedia page where the compound is described for you. So all sorts of different types of interactive material can be embedded in those videos. This is done by a software that we bought for the occasion, which is 3D Vista. And as I said, the GoPro 360 was used for shooting the images. Now, that was not all the idea we had. For another one laboratory, for example, Laboratory 5, which is about cloning and PCR production, which was managed by Charles University, we decided to go digital. So the idea was to produce a digital experience of the lab that is a self-standing app, which can be installed in Win and Mac environment. It's like a 3D computer game, all in all. And that was done entirely custom-made by the group. You can interact with items, you can interact with tools, and you get information about things that you might be doing wrong and identify common mistakes that you might do. So it's really an aid for learning. In that case, was applied to essential molecular biology approaches. So it, let's say, it spans a number of different technologies and processes that are used. A curious fact is that this experience here was presented by one of the researchers participating to the project. And the idea was to have this person presenting to the students, you know, a little introduction on how the software works, and then they were supposed to do it themselves. But actually, they liked it so much, and she was so good at presenting it that they were just watching her working on the digital software, and then at home they did it themselves, which is partially what we wanted to obtain, but it was fun to see how they were mesmerized by the thing. Eventually, we produced this final event, as I said, that occurred in both occasions. These occurred in presence. So the students, when we did it online, they traveled to Milano and they finally met in presence, and that was a very nice feeling they had. I think it was very important. And they were evaluated. There was some peer evaluation and an evaluation by the teachers. The overall experience had a very great feedback, although here you can see only few feedbacks obtained, but all in all, in both years, it was well perceived by the students. Now, how can we build on these results and technologies we implemented? Well, first of all, at the Charles University, this virtual lab, the digital lab, became part of the didactic offer. So it is now embedded into the virtual lab offered by the Department of Experimental Biology. Also, we are now building on both the sense for digital experience that we acquired and the connections that we developed during the project. And we are now about to propose a Seed4U Plus project, which is called F for Share. This involves all the members of the flagship. The idea here is to support early career scientists in providing them with some tools to find a collaborator, find the project, and learn how to manage projects. This is done partly based on a digital platform, which is called Vivo. It replaces existing research profile system, and it's basically a research networking tool. It's completely open source, and our aim is to integrate it into the tools which are partially already offered by 4U+. And also we want to offer to the participants some project management training that will occur online and will be provided by professionals. Of course, now I will just give the floor to the next speaker, which is also building somehow, at least conceptually, on what I just presented. Thank you very much.
Yes, and now we will move to Paris for our final presentation of the day. Philippe Agard in Sorbonne University, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so hello everybody, dear fellow European colleagues. It's a pleasure actually for me to be able to present what the MOVE project is all about on behalf of the MOVE team. So as the title suggests, it's actually fairly simple in terms of aim. It's essentially engaging the master students to build up an excursion that is going to be virtual. But of course, they're going to live that excursion. So MOVE is managing, organizing virtual geosciences excursions. And the incentive for that was partly that during COVID times, everybody realized that there was simply no excursion, no way to move. So far, there's been 3 different groups concerned, 16, 27, and then 17 students from the various universities of 4U+. And that entailed basically working together and trying to be creative. So from A to Z, starting with online meetings to basically identify what the scientific topics for the excursion could be, plan and refine the localities and organize webinars, learn how to handle drones, process videos, and actually elaborate scripts until a point whereby they would be actually leading the excursions. So in terms of, I would say, intensity, it really matched, I think, some of the spirit of Seed4U Plus, at least the way we saw it, is as to being creative, being able to share ideas and reaching out to the greater public through videos, for example. So what do we do really on the spot? Just to give a little flesh about the project. So once you're running the excursion, you need to actually collect a huge number of photos, videos, rocks. You get into lively discussions, and finally need to record as well explanations on the spot. And as you can see here to the lower left, you're able to produce a website on which, for example, here from west to east, you get a sense of the architecture of northern Corsica. And you can see the various stops for the first day and the second one. And actually on each of these spots, you get information as to what sort of conclusions can be drawn from the observations. And that, for example, is providing some information on how the entire Corsica evolved through time over the last 100 million years or so. But of course, before reaching there in practice, we learned collectively as we moved, and the first few steps are actually identifying the highlights we want to show. So identify and share those first targets that are going to building up the excursion plan through Zoom meeting with all the people, dedicated working groups, and by actually blending the various students from the various university, exchanging through applications like Slack. Once we've done that, we actually found that the best was actually to allow for some few days internship to refine the plan. The itinerary was proved very useful to actually get together, to handle the practical details, elaborate the scripts, and share the tasks before the excursions. And then finally, we ran the excursion 3 times, producing deliverables, website, and here is, for example, a small part of a teaser. I hope you can see the movie now, which was very much intended for 4U Plus, actually, dealing with Corsica. So just a few seconds of that movie.
Welcome to the MOVE project, un projet d'enseignement innovant qui s'inscrit dans le cadre européen 4EU+.
Wir sind Studenten aus Paris, Prag und Heidelberg.
A studujeme geológii Korziky.
So here you can see just a snapshot, almost, but of course we did collect material to do the longer versions of the movies that are really intended to be pedagogical. And just to give you an idea of how we proceeded for Greece, for the this year excursion, identifying the places to learn something about the geology of Europe in that region. Well, we got started with the students in December. We planned the key localities, and through a number of meetings and then hands-on practicals in Paris, we really defined what the excursion should look like. And as we got back, we delivered those movies here. Maybe one important thing, though, is realizing why we're doing this. So just out of curiosity here, for example, the region of Syros here, we thought we could trim down the history to those 3 locations. So explaining how we find actually beautiful rocks in Syros that were about 45 million years ago there. At the time, there was some volcanism, very much like today in Santorini, so explosion. And at the back of the system now, you find the Syros rocks, and you find one of the fastest opening holes in the crust in the Gulf of Corinth. So all the students actually work with that and strive to explain the formation of the various spots. So for example, here, the Gulf of Corinth, from when it was a mountain, basically the records for the sediments and how it progressively started to become a part of a sea. Of course, now I'd like to recap and explain the gain for the students. And I think in terms of new skills, teamwork, being able to solve problems, those students got really much more mature. And as you can see, there was some actually great enthusiasm in the recordings on the spot. And that's part of the movies, and I think that's part of the memories with MOVE. So one additional thing which I think is very important is the critical thinking they were able to develop regarding the scientific concept. And of course, bringing science to a broader audience is very exciting. And this is one of the reasons why we're doing the Fête de la Science very soon here in Paris. But of course, we're interested in doing that as well as professors. And beyond the shared field and teaching experience and getting to know each other, I think this is providing a push for research, not only our own, but also for the students. And in fact, about 2/3 of the MOVE students have pursued then into doing a PhD. So of course, we're getting a virtual excursion. We're interested by the outreach part of it. And just to highlight that, in fact, in terms of geology and environment, this is pretty much our common ancient past, and geology forms the real backbone of Europe. And actually, it's just fun too. And one, of course, big outcome is the ability to build up together an educational collaboration that can be implemented in the curricula. So, for example, here to the left, zooming onto the latest lava flows in Santorini, and on the craters on the flanks of Etna to the right, you can, of course, provide a combination and explanation as to, for example, the famous eruptions across the Crete that destroy much of the Minoan civilization, explain also the physical properties of the lava flows. Here is one of the very recent ones, 2001, on the flank of the Etna, and explain why it is going to be viscous, how the minerals will develop, and so on. And so our ambition is to plan to be able to actually come up with a 5 to 10 excursion portfolio that we can deliver to the 4U plus people and even beyond. So with that, I'd like to, of course, thank you for your attention. Thanks deeply the support from 4U plus for making this possible. Of course, acknowledge the great help from my colleagues and from all the students involved in MOVE, and I hope in some ways we've paved the way and did put a few stepping stones into the future of collaboration in terms of education and research. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much for, this was our last presentation. Does anyone have any questions to our speakers? I do not see questions, but I have two public announcements. The first one, well, we are done for the official part of today, but you still have dinner at the Royal Castle. I am sorry, but I'm inviting them for dinner, which I cannot invite you to. That's why I muted you, because I can't invite you. So the dinner tonight is at the Royal Castle. It will start at 6:30. So there is a big request to you if you could be there at between 6 and 6:30, because you need to tick off that you're one of the guests. So please make sure to be there before 6:30. This was the first public announcement. The second public announcement is that because you are the most committed and loyal 4EU Plus members, our photographer offers you the possibility to have your professional photo taken with the backdrop of the 4EU Plus wall. So when going out, you can have your own professional 4EU Plus photo taken. And this would be it for today for the official part, and then enjoy the evening at the Royal Castle. For those of you who already are wondering where the photos are, they're just right outside of the room. Enjoy the evening and see you tonight and tomorrow.